Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. This is the 43rd episode of the story, where Naruto is raised by Jiraiya and Tsunade. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel after watching the video. So, let us begin. It's over. There's no need for us to fight anymore, Obito stated. Both Obito and Rin had been forced to interrupt their fight when the Ten Tails broke free and unleashed the cataclysm. Thanks to their augmentations, the two of them were able to weather the localized natural disaster with much more ease than their peers. Once it stopped, Rin was ready to continue their battle, but given what Obito had just said, the feeling wasn't mutual. What are you talking about? Maybe the Ten Tails just broke free, but we can still fight it. We can still fight you as well. Rin protested. Obito merely shook his head, but he didn't mock her nor laugh at her. Look, was all what he said. Rin then saw how the now free Ten Tails dragged itself towards the fallen Fu, still in her tailed beast form, grabbed her with one of its immense hands, brought her towards its mouth, and started to drain her of her tailed beast chakra. No! Rin yelled, as she instinctively ran forward. While she wasn't terribly close with Fu, she got to know better the Takigakure Kunoichi after she moved to Konoha, and she was somebody the young medic Nin would call a friend. However, the Ten Tails took no time to drain her dry of her chakra, before callously letting her drop to the hard ground below. Rin fell to her knees as she could no longer sense Fu's chakra. Do you understand it now? Nothing can stop the Ten Tails now, Obito stated. It will now consume the 8 and the 9 tails, and once it becomes complete, Madara will seal it inside his body, becoming its Jinchuriki, and the new sage of the 6 paths will be born. I was hoping I would be able to do that myself before Madara awoke, but guess fate didn't smile upon me. That moment, an spiraling portal opened beside them. A dazed and almost catatonic Zetsu fell from the portal, followed by Kakashi, who landed on his feet. Obito turned towards his other former teammate and smiled widely. Ah, Kakashi. I see you just defeated Zetsu, Obito said, looking unmoved by his fellow Akatsuki member's predicament. He spread one of his arms towards the Ten Tails, who was closing on Killer Bee. However, your victory is meaningless. Look! The Ten Tails is free and on the way to become complete. Nothing can be done to stop it. Perhaps I'm too late. Or would have been late, if I was able to do something to stop that monster. But I felt that before this ended, I could find the truth, Kakashi cryptically said. This seemed to draw Obito's attention, making him a little annoyed. Truth? What truth? The truth about you. About me. About Rin. About the day when everything changed, Kakashi said, as he lightly kicked Zetsu on the side, making it groan with pain. Come on, Aloe Vera, tell Obito how you and your pal Madara planned Rin's death. Obito's right eye shrank, as he felt a chill creeping down his spine. What? What did you just say? After we learned more about both you and Rin, there was something that always bugged me, how convenient it was. When Sensei was busy with another mission, one of your teammates, the one you had a crush on, gets captured by Kiri and is turned into the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, prompting her to kill herself. And you arrive just in time to see such a tragic moment. Such an incredible coincidence, don't you think? Obito started to shake, as his mind wrestled with the implications of Kakashi's words. One side wanted to believe his silver-haired former teammate, as what he said made sense. But another, more emotional side of his refused to accept such possibility because of what it implied. That's why I decided to take your pal over here to a more private place for some interrogation, Kakashi stated. And and behold, my suspicions were correct. No. You lie. Obito replied, as he pointed an accusatory finger at him. Kakashi and Rin could see how much his hand was trembling. As this happened, Rin saw how the 10 tails drained 8 tails out of Killer Bee's body. You have a way to see if I'm lying or not, Kakashi continued. If I'm not mistaken, one of the Rinnegan's powers is interrogation. Why don't you use it on this fella? Obito looked at Zetsu, still rather dazed and confused. Or are you afraid of what you might discover? Kakashi asked. Obito's eyes moved between Kakashi and Zetsu as he struggled with indecision. Was his former teammate right, or was he playing a trick on him? And if it was a trick, with what purpose? What would Kakashi gain by having Obito use the Naraka path on Zetsu? It wasn't like the human path, which would kill him. And even if it was the case, Zetsu's death wouldn't change anything. Not this late into his and Madara's plans. In the end, Obito took a decision. He stomped towards Zetsu and lifted the dual being by its neck until the two made eye contact. Jigakudo. Kakashi and Rin couldn't see it, but Obito had summoned the King of Hell behind him. Its mere sight was enough to snap both halves of Zetsu out of their confusion. "Well, what are you doing?" the wild half asked. They tried to break out of Obito's hold, but their entire body was paralyzed. "Shut up. I'm the one making the questions here," Obito yelled. "Now answer me this, was Rin's death part of a plan to manipulate me?" I don't know," he replied. The King of Hell opened its maws, releasing a tendril-like arm, just as a stream of energy flowed out of the plant being's mouth. The arm caught the stream and pulled it towards the King of Hell's own mouth. Obito narrowed his eyes in anger. "Liar." Both halves of Zetsu panicked. As they felt mobility returning to their shared body, they attempted to break free, but Obito didn't give him the chance. He was once again paralyzed as Obito placed one of his hands on top of his head and began to scan his memories. He had to dig very deep, given that the memories were almost 2 decades old, but in the end, he found them. Or at least, a memory that confirmed Kakashi's many years ago, "It is done, boss. The girl has been kidnapped and it's being taken to the Kirigakure outpost as we speak," White Zetsu said to Madara. Obito realized he was watching the scene from Zetsu's point of view. Madara was in his makeshift study, where he used to spend most of the time, even if right now he wasn't reading any book or scroll. "How about the Konoha ninjas? Are any of them in pursuit?" Madara asked. "Just one. Kakashi Hatake. Though he did use those dog summons of his to ask for reinforcements to Konoha," Zetsu informed. "That's no cause of concern. The only one who could reach them in time is the Yellow Flash, and we made sure he's busy elsewhere," Madara said, not worried at all. "The only thing we should be concerned with is that the sealing process is uninterrupted. Only then must the silver-haired brat be allowed to rescue the girl." Yes boss. I'll make sure me and the others see to that," White Zetsu replied. Zetsu's tone didn't fly over Madara, who scowled at his creation. "Is there something in your mind, my minion? Something you might want to share with me?" Zetsu gulped a little, as he shifted uncomfortably. "Well, it's just that please don't mistake this for insubordination, boss, but, this whole plan seems rather complicated just for that brat alone. There are so many things that can go wrong." Madara's withered lips curved into a smile. "It certainly does, doesn't it?" he asked. "The brat might not look like much, but I can see there's a lot of potential deep inside him. However, before said potential can be brought to the surface, he needs to be broken, so we can rebuild him to do my bidding. Besides, this will also ensure he will awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. He will need it if he plans to carry out my will." Obito didn't need to see more. He gritted his teeth in anger as tears welled up inside his eyes. "Ninjendo." Obito pulled his hand away, tearing the souls of both the white and the black halves from their shared body. Zetsu stumbled backwards, before he fell on his back lifelessly, while the black half broke down into a puddle of black, ink-like liquid. The rogue Uchiha watched at the being that was once his right-hand man. Then, he realized he wasn't looking at Zetsu's corpse. Instead, it was Rin, with a bloodly hole in her chest, the one he was looking at. No and no. Obito stumbled backwards, and his foot tripped onto something. The Akatsuki turned around, and saw two more corpses, of two people he knew really well, Minato and Kushina. Next to them, wrapped in a blanket, was baby Naruto, crying profusely. Such sight startled Obito, and tripped again on another corpse. This time it was Biwako Sarutobi, the third Hokage's wife, whom he personally had killed on his quest to release the Nine Tails and use it to destroy Konoha. Obito found himself surrounded by corpses, all of them of people he knew. Of people he either killed personally, or helped to kill: Hayashi Hyuga, Inoichi Yamanaka, Yujito Ni, Yagura, Yudakata, Rashi, and many, many more. No matter where he looked, there were nothing but corpses as far as his eyes could see. He fell on his knees, shut his eyes down, and clutched his head with his hands. No, no. Stop. Make it stop, he cried. Great changes are impossible without equally great sacrifices. And who decides who gets sacrificed? You? Madara? After joining Madara, Obito had been a follower of that idea. Sacrifice a few for the well-being of the many. How could anybody be against that? There was no system that made everybody happy, so humans always looked for one that at the very least made the largest number of people happy instead. And he wasn't any different. Yes, sacrificing a few to benefit the many sounded really good. Until you're one of the few that is chosen as sacrifices. Madara had decided that Rin needed to be sacrificed in order for his perfect world to exist. Needless to say, Obito didn't consider any world that didn't have Rin on it to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And now that Obito finally had reached such realization, he was now forced to come to terms with all the people he had killed, plus many more he made miserable, in his and Madara's mad quest for an apparently utopic world. What have I done? What have I done? He repeated, still clutching his head. He then felt a hand touch his shoulder. He dared to open his eyes, and saw Rin, alive and well, looking at him with a serious expression, her mouth a thin line. There's no time to lament for past actions, Obito, Rin said. She then smiled a little. Come on, it's not too late. With your help, we can still fix this. It is. There's no stopping the 10 tails now, Obito dejectedly said. I wouldn't be so sure, Obito, Kakashi intervened. Look. Obito turned around. His eyes widened once they saw what was going on. What the? Obito said, his mouth agape. That Naruto is truly something, isn't he? Then again, he is Sensei and Kushina-san's son, Rin said longingly. Her expression hardened when her eyes drifted toward somebody else. However, he won't be able to do it alone. Come on, he needs our help. Obito didn't say anything. He merely nodded, got back on his feet, and followed the ones that used to be his teammates. There was one last mission for Team Minato to fulfill before everything ended. A place beyond time and space, Kagaya Otsutsuki, so you know who I am. Good. That shall allow me to skip introductions, Kagaya said with a nod. Not that there's any hurry. We can stay here in this dimension for hours, yet only a couple seconds will pass in the real world, she said, albeit it appeared that she was mostly talking to herself. Wait, how the hell are we talking with you? Naruto asked. Neither Hinataheim nor I have your chakra. You are correct, neither of you have my chakra. However, my sons inherited a half of my chakra's power each. The same power that you now possess. And the moment your respective chakras merged, it finally allowed me to contact you, Kagaya explained. I do imagine that you already met my sons, didn't you? Kagaya asked. However, neither teen replied. They instead looked at each other, almost if silently asking each other if this woman could be trusted, given their past. Something Kagaya herself seemed to grasp. First, however, I want to assure you that you have nothing to fear from me. I'm not your enemy. But even if I was, I would have no power to cause you any harm. Well, that's reassuring, Naruto said out loud. We heard of you from your sons. They told us what you did, and what you wanted to do with the world, Hinata said, looking at the pale-skinned woman with a critical eye. And maybe you can't harm us physically, but people underestimate how words, especially dishonest words, can be used to cause harm. Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that you saw the error of your ways, or something? Naruto asked. You used to be the 10 Tails. Maybe you were the one behind Madara's plan, and you're using him to come back to life. If Kaguya took offense at the pair's skepticism, she didn't show it. You don't need to believe me. But to answer your doubts, it is impossible for me to return to the world of the living, even if, like my sons, my spirit is still linked to this world thanks to the force of my chakra. I died the moment Hagoromo drained the 10 tails of its chakra, even if the creature itself still lives. And yes, I did see the error of my ways. I did have, after all, almost a millennia not just to think about my past actions, but to observe the world my sons have created. However, there's still something that needs to be done. Even if my sons were right to stop me from subjugating the world, they didn't have the entire context of my actions. And such knowledge needs to be passed. Whatever you choose to do with such knowledge, it will depend entirely on you. Once again, Naruto and Hinata silently looked at each other, and reached a decision without the need of trading words. Alright, old lady, we're listening, Naruto said. His tone, however, also carried an unsaid warning. Kaguya nodded, seemingly unperturbed by Naruto and Hinata's lack of trust in her. She waved her hand, the surroundings around them abruptly changed. They were no longer on Earth's orbit, but inside some sort of castle with many people inside it. They had chalk-white skin, ashen hair, and wore similar clothes to Kaguya. Naruto and Hinata guessed they were her people. This is the Otsutsuki clan, she began, confirming their guess. We have existed for eons, and for all our existence, we have traveled the cosmos looking for planets that were teeming with life. Their surroundings changed once again, this time showing an alien planet. Said planet had a purple sky, tall trees with blue and white leaves, as well as plenty of animals that looked nothing like the animals from Earth. Once we found a planet suitable for our needs, we planted a seed on it. From said seed, a special tree would germinate. The image changed once again, this one to show a tree so thick and tall, it disappeared into the sky, making the other trees look like mere blades of grass. You know this kind of trees as the divine tree. Both Naruto and Hinata gasped at the revelation. So the divine tree, it was you who planted it? Hinata asked. Not even Hagoromo nor Himura knew where the tree came from. It simply existed. Because I never told my sons what was the true purpose behind those trees, Kaguya continued. The divine trees, once completely mature, would extend their roots through the entire planet, and would start to drain it of its nature energy little by little. Once it had stored nature energy over 1,000 years, it would use it to produce a single chakra fruit. Then the Otsutsuki tasked with watching over the planet would collect the fruit and send it back home. Then, the fruit would be used to produce many special pills that are distributed among the rest of the clan. By consuming said pills, we Otsutsuki are able to gain immense power, and extend our lifespans for more than a millennia. Wait, didn't you eat the fruit raw? Naruto interrupted. Or at least, that's what I heard you did. You are correct, yes. I will get to that shortly. Please refrain yourself from asking any more questions until I'm done telling my tale, Kaguya replied, shooting Naruto an icy look, making the blonde shiver a little. We have to keep consuming those pills in order to maintain our power and immortality, so we have to harvest fruits constantly, and once a chakra fruit has been produced, the cycle begins anew, and the tree starts gathering more nature energy for another fruit. And after several cycles, the image changed again, showing the planet losing both fauna and flora little by little, until it is reduced to a barren, empty wasteland. Naruto's mouth was left agape, and Hinata covered her mouth with her hands in horror. So that's what would have happened to the earth if the divine tree wasn't removed? Hinata asked, horrified. It would have taken several millennia to reach such state, but yes, your assessment is a correct one, Kaguya confirmed. He then looked at Naruto. You asked me about eating the fruit raw before. Doing such a thing is forbidden by the clan under penalty of death. Eating a fruit raw makes one completely immortal, and gives a permanent power boost far greater than a mere pill, Kaguya said, and sensing Naruto about to ask another question, she continued. However, eating a fruit raw also permanently binds you to the divine tree, making you unable to leave the planet. And once the divine tree is done draining a planet of its nature energy and dies, so does anybody bound to it. That means that you would have eventually died, Naruto said. Yes, you are correct, Kaguya confirmed. Then why did you do that? Plus, you wouldn't be able to return home. Did you like the earth so much? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. Yes, was Kaguya's reply. The blonde was taken aback. Really? 2,000 years ago, I was sent to this planet to plant the seed of a divine tree, and to oversee its growth. And while I did, I realized that this planet has something no other planet we harvested ever had: intelligent life forms. Life forms which shared an uncanny resemblance to our species, Kaguya continued. Then, for the first time since they met her, Kaguya smiled, even if only a little. At first I didn't think much of humans. They were short-lived, short-sighted and brutish. Unaware of how small they were compared to the rest of the universe. However, despite their flaws, I saw that humanity had something we Otsutsuki lacked: creativity without limits, and the ability to change and grow with each new generation. That made me realize the flaws of my own people, Kaguya said. We Otsutsuki existed for eons, and for eons we remained unchanged, doing nothing but harvesting chakra fruits in order to maintain our power and immortality. We aren't even allowed to have children, since more Otsutsuki would force us to harvest more fruits or to reduce our ration of pills. Soon I fell in love with your species, and tried to find a way to save you from your inevitable doom. I realized that I wouldn't be able to carry such task without incurring into the wrath of my breathin', so I took a decision. Once the tree produced a chakra fruit, I would eat said fruit. With my newfound powers, I would then unite humanity under my leadership, and use my knowledge to lift them into a proper civilization. One that would be able to defend itself from the inevitable retaliation that was to come. I even seduced a human emperor into marrying me, and from such union, my twin sons were born. They would help me unite the world and fend off the Otsutsuki invasion. Given that I was bound to the divine tree, I commanded it to gather nature energy at a much slower rate as to slow down the planet's death, while I prepared its people for the battle to come. And once the Otsutsuki clan would no longer be a threat, would destroy the divine tree, as well as myself, leaving the world into my son's care. I don't think I need to say that my plan didn't work out as expected. I'm sure you already know what happened next for my sons, Kaguya said, seemingly finishing her tale. Great. So even if we beat Madara, there's an even bigger enemy that's bound to drop onto our doorstep sooner or later, Naruto groaned, rolling his eyes. Yes. But now, Madara, Uchiha and the revived 10 Tails are the more immediate threats that you must put down post-haste, Kaguya urged. You want us to stop Madara? Given that he's following your footsteps, I thought you'd approve of him, Hinata observed. Kaguya glared at Hinata, unamused. I would have approved of him in another time, but like I said before, I saw the error of my ways. Humanity has a great potential, but for such potential to manifest, freedom is a must. Yes, humanity is prone to conflicts and infighting, but that's an inevitable side effect of your diversity of thought. But conflicts can be solved, if all parts can reach an understanding, if there are people willing to do so. Like me before him, Madara is somebody who committed terrible actions for the sake of a noble goal. But terrible actions can only lead into terrible outcomes, no matter how righteous your intentions may be. Hence, he must be stopped, and the 10 tails broken back into the 9 beings Hagoromo split them into. And can we really do that? Naruto asked. Yes. You both have the same power my sons used to wield. Naruto, the chakra of all the tailed beasts lies within you. You must use said chakra to bind the 10 tails own. Kagaya then looked at Hinata. And just like the moon pulls the seas to form the tides, you, Hinata, must use your power to pull the 10 tails chakra from its body once Naruto has bound it. So grab the chakra, and pull it out. Got it, Naruto said with a nod. Good. I have no more knowledge to share with you. Now you must go. Use what you've learned today to protect the world I love so much, so you can succeed where I failed, Kagaya asked. May fortune smile upon you. Thank you. We'll do our best, Hinata stated. Don't worry, we won't fail, Naruto assured her. And with that, the two Konoha youths left Kagaya's dimension. Back in the real world, Naruto and Hinata found themselves once again back inside the head of the latter's avatar of Kalika. They were still holding hands, which glowed with a white light as they merged their power with each other. Naruto-kun, let's channel our power into the avatar of Kalika. I believe it will be our best chance to win. You got it. Naruto agreed. As Naruto and Hinata funneled their combined power into the latter's chakra avatar, it quickly began to undergo a transformation. The avatar started to grow in size, as its color began to change from lavender to golden orange as Naruto's power spread through it. Its hair grew both in length and volume, splitting into 9 locks that resembled the 9 tails of Kurama, so long they reached the avatar's ankles. And lastly, pieces of armor started to form around the avatar. On its chest, forearms, forelegs, and the upper half of its face was obscured by a kitsune-styled helmet. Sage Art, Golden Avatar of Kalika. The 10 tails let out a roar of anger, as it fixed its massive eye on the newly formed Golden Chakra avatar, and once again, it extended one of its arms, its long fingers ready to wrap themselves around the Golden Giantess. Sage Art, Twin Lion Assault. The Golden Avatar thrust 2 of its palms forward, releasing 2 blasts of Golden Chakra. Said blasts took the shape of 2 maned lions, and crashed into the 10 tails' hand. The force of the jutsu pushed said arm backwards, almost yanking the 10 tails with it. However, the colossal beast wasn't going to give up so easily, and decided to use its many tails to grab its prey instead. Not that they were going to be of much help either. When the first tail came, the avatar easily deflected it with a palm strike. Another strike came from a different direction, but Hinata's Tensigen caught it and acted accordingly. The 10 tails then began to attack with 2 or 3 tails at once, forcing the avatar to actually move while it deflected the attack. Seemingly running out of patience, the 10 tails decided to attack with all of its tails at once. Unfortunately for him, Hinata had the perfect defense for such a wide attack. Sage Art, Protection of the 8 Trigrams, 128 palms. The Golden Avatar started to move its 4 palms forward in a pushing manner, so fast they almost became blurry, while releasing thin streams of Golden Chakra, deflecting each of the tails that got close to them. The Avatar increased the speed of the defensive jutsu, building up so much power that it pushed the 10 tails backwards. Well done, Hinata. Naruto praised. Now it's my turn. The avatar's 4 hands were brought together, and chakra particles started to gather in the space between them, forming a dark purple sphere, the 4 hands moving further from each other as the sphere increased in size. Take this, asshole. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Wave. The avatar thrust all 4 of its hands forward, releasing the energy stored inside the sphere in the form of a golden yellow energy wave. The energy wave hit the 10 tails square in the face, making it to screech in pain as it was pushed backwards. However, that was nowhere near enough to put it down, and the monster still had plenty of fight on it. Deciding that Naruto had the right idea, the 10 tails opened its huge jaws and started to charge a tailed beast ball of its own. Oh no, you won't. But before the crimson sphere of destruction was fully charged, the avatar dashed forward and leaped, just as it delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to the titanic monster, causing the still-forming attack to prematurely detonate inside the monster's mouth. That was for Killer Bee. Naruto cried. The avatar jumped again in order to reach the Ten Tails face, and during the brief time they were eye to eye, the chakra construct delivered a series of fast and powerful palm strikes, each of them carrying so much power, it produced a gust of wind to burst outwards. Once the brief but painful assault was over, the Ten Tails let out a screech of agony as it slumped over. "Do you think we softened it enough?" Hinata asked. "I think so." "Alright, now time to bind it," Naruto said. Several locks of the avatar's hair raised as if they had life of their own, and wrapped themselves around the Ten Tails' head and arms. However, before they could bind its chakra, the Ten Tails suddenly got up and lunged forward, delivering a brutal headbutt to the avatar, pushing it backwards and releasing the Ten Tails from the locks of hair. Ayahawk! Naruto and Hinata screamed in unison as the force of the impact dragged their avatar through the ground, carving a large furrow, and sending chunks of rocks and earth everywhere. The Ten Tails dragged itself forward once again, making the earth rumble, ready to claim its elusive prey. Its red eye glinted, and once again, extended a single arm in order to catch the golden avatar. However, in its fixation, it once again failed to account for external threats. Sage Art, Spiraling Inferno. When the Ten Tails saw what appeared to be a spinning sphere of flames flying directly into its eye, it was too late to dodge. The missile hit the Ten Tails squarely in the eye, before it exploded into an even larger sphere of revolving flames. A loud screech of pain filled the air once more as the searing pain made the titanic beast recoil. A gigantic toad Naruto recognized as Gamaken landed with a thundering noise besides the avatar of Kalika. And on top of that toad, Naruto could see his adoptive parents, the two of them in sage mode, with Fukasaku on one of Jiraiya's shoulder, and a fragment of Katsuyu resting on one of Tsunade's shoulders. "Mom! Dad!" Naruto cried in joy. "Hey there, kid," Jiraiya greeted him. "Sorry for being late. We got a little tangled up during our reunion with Orochimaru. But we're finally here. And it seems that we got just in time," Tsunade said, as her single visible eye focused on the Ten Tails. "I take you two know how to beat that thing for good? We believe we will be able to drain it of its chakra and split it back into the nine-tailed beasts," Hinata began. "But we can't do it as long as it keeps moving." It seemed that the Ten Tails, or better said its eye, had finally recovered from the damage caused by Jiraiya's attack, and charged forward once again. Tsunade hopped off of Gamaken and smirked at the abomination. "You need that thing to stay still?" "Lucky for you, I have the perfect jutsu for that," Tsunade said, as she cracked her knuckles. She made a hand seal. Sage Art, Gracious Deity Gates. Suddenly, massive red torii fell from above, landing on top of the Ten Tails' tails, pinning them to the ground. The beast growled in confusion as the torii gates left it rooted in one spot, unable to move. It tried to pull its tails free, but the torii didn't budge. "Naruto, now, before it breaks free," Tsunade urged. Naruto and Hinata nodded, and commanded the avatar to rush towards the Ten Tails. Once again, for locks of the avatar's hair wrapped themselves around the arms and the head of the titanic abomination as if they were tentacles. This time, however, the Ten Tails was unable to break free, and its chakra was bound, leaving it unable to move or retaliate. "The chakra has been bound," Naruto announced. "Let's pull it out then," Hinata said. Other four of the avatar's long locks of hair forced themselves through the mouth and down the throat of the Ten Tails, who could still do nothing to fight back. "I have it!" Hinata cried. "Great! Now, pull!" A few minutes earlier Madara watched in worry the battle before him. One moment, Naruto wasn't even attempting to defend himself from the Ten Tails, not that it would have helped much if he did, then that annoying Hyuga came and something happened. The two of them had combined their chakra, creating a completely new kind of power, something Madara had never sensed in his life. Something that, he dared to admit, surpassed his own six paths chakra. And that new power allowed the chakra construct of the Hyuga combined with the nine tails chakra to fight back against the 10 tails. Despite the fact that the power the two Konoha youths had now was still inferior to that of the 10 tails, his instinct told him to intervene before things spiraled out of control. Better step in and put down those impudent brats once and for all, Madara stated, as he began to move forward. I'm too close to achieve my goal to dash, Bansho Tenin. Madara was unexpectedly pulled back by an invisible force, making him fall on his back and roll on the ground. What the? Wood release, wood binding jutsu. The second Madara stopped rolling, and was left lying on his back. A mass of wooden roots sprouted around him and wrapped themselves around his body, immobilizing him and pinning him to the ground. The sound of thousands birds chirping alerted Madara that something was coming from above, and looking up he saw Kakashi leaping down at him, one of his hands coated in bluish light electricity. Lightning Blade. Shinra Tensei. However, seconds before Kakashi could impale the old Uchiha, Madara released a kinetic shockwave from his body in all directions, destroying the roots binding him while also blasting Kakashi upwards. As Madara jumped back to his feet, he saw Kakashi bursting into a poof of smoke, realizing that what he blasted was a shadow clone. Madara was able to sense a faint tremble beneath his feet, and jumped back in time to avoid what he assumed was the real Kakashi bursting from below. Another lightning blade formed in his hand, barely missing his mark for a few centimeters. And it was that moment when Rin chose to attack, since the Deva path was still recharging, and Madara couldn't move while mid-air, delivering a flying kick to the long-haired Uchiha's face, sending him flying sideways. Still, Madara was able to regain his balance by doing a backflip, landing on his feet. Wood release, cutting jutsu. Madara turned around just in time to see Obito ready to impale him with a sharp spear made of wood. Madara was able to grab the spear before it could touch him, reducing its momentum enough so it wouldn't be able to pierce his armor. The older Uchiha looked at who used to be his protege and right-hand man, and scowled in disgust. Obito, you dare betray me, when we're so close to victory? Madara asked, struggling with the wooden spear against the younger Uchiha. After I saved both your and that pathetic girl's life, shut up, you liar. I read Zetsu's mind. You didn't save anybody. Her abduction and her death, it was all your doing. Those Kiri ninjas were under your control the whole time. Obito yelled. Oh, so you found about it, Madara said, as anger slowly disappeared from his tone. And on such a critical moment. Such a pity you could have enjoyed a safe long life with Rin on the new world I'm about to create, but I guess that you won't stop until one of us lays dead on the ground, will you? I don't want anything from you. Much less a world of your own doing. Obito angrily replied. Come on, Obito, until a few minutes ago, you were on board with my plan. I understand you must be hurt and angry after finding how I manipulated you, but you'll surely agree that creating a better world is more important than all of that, right? Madara asked, as his lips curved into a smirk. Besides, you should be thankful to me. I opened your eyes to the harsh realities of the world. That's why you never doubted any word from my mouth that reached your ears. That's why you were so eager to carry on my plan, even without me to watch over you. Open my eyes? No, you blinded me, with your promises of an impossible world. Obito replied. Yes, I used to follow you. I drank every word you said like a desert dweller drinks water from an oasis. And like you, I used to believe that no great change is possible without equally great sacrifices. But believing that is much easier when is somebody else is the one getting sacrificed. Lightning release, lightning beast running jutsu. Kakashi launched a lightning bolt at Madara, which took the shape of a hound, which began to run towards him. Madara then pulled the spear and Obito with it, grabbing his former minion and throwing it against Kakashi's lightning attack. The lightning hound, however, maneuvered around Obito and jumped towards Madara. Gakido. Madara raised a hand towards the elemental dog, creating a barrier of white light. Upon crashing against the barrier, the hound was converted back into our chakra, which was absorbed into Madara's body. That moment, Rin decided to make her move and started making hand seals. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Before Madara could finish absorbing Kakashi's attack, multiple wooden roots emerged around him. However, before they could wrap themselves around the Uchiha's body, the blue ghostly ribcage of the Susanoo manifested around him, acting a shield from the roots, which wrapped around it. The Susanoo developed into its humanoid form, destroying the roots in the process. You might have grown in size, but deep down you're still that immature brat I saved during the Third War, Madara said, shaking his head in disappointment. In this cruel world, born of the imperfect dream of Hashirama, nobody is safe from a sudden death. Tell me, Obito, were the deaths of all the people who perished during the Third Ninja War my fault as well? What about the 2 previous wars? How many did die? Hundreds? Thousands? If you could save all those thousands of lives by sacrificing less than a dozen, isn't it our moral duty to do so? Regardless of what you did to Obito and me, Rin interceded. Your plan is destined to fail. You think that by becoming all-powerful, you will bring peace to the world? Power alone can't lead to peace. Power is the key to everything, little girl. People with power can do whatever they want, while powerless weaklings can't do nothing of note. That's why we need to ensure that only those who are benevolent have power, Madara countered. In my world, no wicked men will have the power to spread evil or start senseless war. That's rich, coming from the most wicked man in history that started the biggest war we ever saw. Rin angrily replied. Madara scowled. A sword formed on one of its Susanoo's arms as it raised it. I'm done listening to you lot. The Susanoo brought the sword down. Rin squeaked as she jumped just in time to avoid the giant blade striking the ground, opening a crack, and raising a cloud of dust. Obito snarled, and charged at Madara. Don't you dare lay a finger on Rin, the Uchiha growled. Very well. Do you volunteer to take her place, then? Madara mockingly asked, as he crossed his arms. The Susanoo prepared to strike again, this time at Obito. But much to Madara's initial shock and later frustration, the blade of his Susanoo phased through him as he were an illusion. Obito was also able to phase through the Susanoo's body, reaching a hand towards Madara, who took a step back. That body of yours isn't immortal. All I need to do is send you to the Kamui dimension, and just wait until you die of dehydration. Obito said, just as his index finger grazed Madara's armor. There. Shinra Tensei. Unfortunately, before Obito could teleport Madara to the pocket dimension, he was blasted away from him and out of the Susanoo, landing painfully on his back, as his body skidded on the hard ground. Obito! Rin screamed. And you forget that your Kamui doesn't make you immortal either, Madara said. You need to stay tangible in order to send something to your pocket dimension, and that window of time is more than enough for me to strike back. Madara then turned around, and saw the 10 tails struggling against Naruto and Hinata. As a feeling of worry crept up his back, the Uchiha mastermind scowled. That doesn't look good. Alright, no more wasting time with you lot. And you think we're going to let you escape? Rin asked, as she leaped towards Madara, kunai in hand. Madara let out an irritated sigh, as he generated a black chakra rod through his palm, and used it to impale Rin through the gut just as she leaped at him. However, Rin quickly lost all color, faded into the dull brown of tree bark. A wood clone. How original and unexpected, Madara deadpanned, as he shook the lifeless clone off his chakra rod and tossed it away. Don't let him go. Naruto and Hinata are almost done with the 10 tails. We need to keep him at bay for a little longer, the real Rin replied from the opposite side of him. It seems that I'll have to crush these annoying insects with my overwhelming power, Madara said, as he held a hand up. Chibaku Tensei. A marble-sized bulk gravity core formed on Madara's hand and shot into the sky. The ground started to shake as chunks of rock and dirt were teared from it and pulled towards the gravity core. Kakashi, Obito. Rin called her teammates, horror seeping from her voice as she remembered the last time Madara used that attack. You can't let Madara finish that jutsu. You need to interrupt no matter how. Leave that to me, Kakashi said, as he focused his Sharingan on the nascent planetoid. The silver-haired Jonin also remembered when Pain attempted to use that jutsu to destroy Konoha. That time he didn't have the chance to stop it, but he would do it now. As his Sharingan morphed into its advanced form, Kakashi made a hand seal. Kamui. A spiraling vortex appeared on the forming planetoid, which began to slowly suck it into the Kamui dimension, much to Rin's relief. And, unaware to Team Minato, that was the opportunity Madara was waiting for. He directed each of his hands towards Obito and Rin, respectively. Bansho Tenin. Obito was able to sense the attack and activate Kamui in order to avoid it, but Rin wasn't so lucky, and was yanked towards Madara. The long-haired Uchiha's hand gripped her neck with such force, she was unable to breathe. Rin! Obito yelled, as he rushed towards her and his former master. Don't you dare touch her. You know, I had many chances to kill this girl, but I exercised restraint for your sake. But given that we are no longer allies, I have no more reason to hold back, Madara said, and much to Obito's horror, he placed his other hand on Rin's head. Ninjendo. Pulling said hand back, Madara teared Rin's soul out of her body, killing her instantly, before disdainfully tossing her lifeless body to Obito, who caught it. It was cold to the touch. He couldn't sense her chakra, nor hear her breathing. No. Obito sobbed, as he fell to his knees, cradling Rin's body. The worst day of his life was happening again. Except this time it wasn't a nightmare or an hallucination. No. Rin. Kakashi said, after sending the Chibaku Tensei to the Kamui dimension, he had just caught Madara killing Rin in cold blood. He just stood there, with his eyes wide open in horror. Let this be a lesson of what happens to those dare to betray me, Madara hatefully said. Once I decided you've suffered enough, I shall kill you next. With that, Madara leaped away, and headed towards the 10 Tails, leaving Obito and Kakashi. Obito didn't hear Madara's threat, nor registered him leaving. All he could think of now was Rin. He had failed her again. He had gone for such lengths not only to bring her back, but to create a world where she could live happy and safe. And now, all his efforts, years of work, were crumbling in front of his eyes. Was Rin's immutable fate to die before she could ever reach adulthood? Was Obito's crusade pointless from the very beginning? Everything I did it for you, Obito sobbed. Yet in the end it was for nothing. You never asked me if I wanted you to do all of this, Rin's voice replied. I thought I knew better, Obito continued. I thought you'd eventually see things my way. All you and Madara ever did was to carve a path of death. Is it that surprising that I ended up as one of his victims? Rin angrily asked. Obito didn't have an answer to that. Or perhaps he did have, but was too afraid to say it out loud. That question brought to his mind once again the memory of all the people he had killed, either directly or indirectly. At the time, he just dismissed them as necessary sacrifices to build a better tomorrow. But now they were people whose deaths didn't accomplish anything. There's still a chance to fix this, a voice said. It wasn't Rin, nor Kakashi. He recognized the voice as his own past self, the goggle-wearing boy who was Kakashi's rival and wanted to become Hokage. But you know that the price is a big one. That price is nothing but a fraction of what should I do to atone for all my sins, Obito replied to his younger self. No world that doesn't have Rin on it can be called perfect. And I don't want to live in a world where Rin doesn't exist anymore. I will gladly pay this price in order to give her another chance. Carefully, Obito laid Rin's lifeless body in front of him. He then kneeled down and made the ram seal. His body started to glow with a white light. I may not be able to undo most of my crimes, but at least I will be able to correct my most recent ones, Obito said, as the ram seal turned into the snake. Outer Path, Heavenly Rebirth. A beam of white light shot from Obito into the sky. Come on. Keep pulling. Naruto encouraged. Just a little more. The four tentacle-like golden locks were wrapped around a teal-colored mass of chakra which they were trying to pull out of the Ten Tails' body. However, despite being immobilized and most of its chakra bound, the colossal beast still resisted, and the two youths were unable to separate the chakra from the body. NGGGGH. No matter how hard we pull, the monster keeps pulling the chakra back. Hinata cried. She tried to stay positive and remind herself that, if Hagoromo and Hamura were able to do this in the past, so could they. But a part of her mind reminded her that they weren't Hagoromo and Hamura. I'm afraid we might not be strong enough to do this. Rather than sharing her panic, Naruto simply smirked, much to her bemusement. In that case, let's ask more people to help us. The remaining golden lock of hair shoot backwards, where most of the allied ninja survivors were. The lock split into multiple threads as it spread around the battlefield. Everybody, grab onto the chakra threads, Naruto commanded. Nobody asked any questions, and the ninjas not currently fighting the few Ten Tails mini-clones left did as he commanded. Naruto could sense how their chakras were added to his and Hinata's. Most of them unknown, but many of them familiar. Yes, with their combined power, they would put an end to this nightmarish monster. Now pull. They all pulled in unison. And, unlike the previous tries, it seemed that the Ten Tails was unable to swallow the chakra back. More and more of the chakra blob was forced out of its body, and with a final pull and a loud snapping sound, the Ten Tails chakra was completely separated from its body. The backlash of such colossal effort caused the golden avatar of Kalika to break down and vanish, but it no longer mattered. The mass of chakra then split into 9 blobs, and each blob taking the form of one of the 9-tailed beasts, all of them landing on the ground with a booming noise. And just like the 9-tailed beasts reformed, the Ten Tails shrieked as its form twisted and shrank until it regressed to the demonic satyr form, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, returning to its sealing place within the moon. Yes. You did, Naruto. I knew my trust in you wasn't misplaced. Kurama cheered. Thank you, Kurama. But it wasn't just me. I would have never done this alone, Naruto mentally replied. Kurama chuckled and shook his head. Always have to play the part of the ideal, humble hero, huh, Naruto? Naruto was going to reply when he heard Hinata gasp and look up into the sky. Naruto, look! Like it had happened in Konoha months back, the sky flashed white for a brief moment, and beams of white light started to descend from above. When the beams of light touched the corpses that littered the battlefield, they miraculously returned to life. Even those whose corpses were far too mangled or slaughtered had their bodies completely restored before they were returned to life. As the sensor ninjas started to sense all the new chakras appearing around them seemingly out of nowhere, the dead returned to life. Away from all the action, Shino continued to try to keep Fu alive as he waited for Kiba and Tamaki to bring Naruto. But they were taking way too long. Fu's vitals kept deteriorating. His medical jutsu wasn't working. None of the chakra he transferred to her was of any help. Come on, Fu, don't leave me, he cried, at a louder volume than he was used to speak, as tears started to stream down his cheeks. I know you're strong. You're the strongest person I ever met. You can't let this be your end. Then, all of a sudden, a beam of white light hit her body, and almost instantly, Fu's eyes snapped wide open, and flung herself up, breathing heavily. Fu. Shino, the green-haired girl stammered. Shino. I dreamt I was dead. What the hell just happened? Shino, however, didn't say anything, and simply hugged his confused but very much alive girlfriend, as more tears rolled down his face. Except this time, they were tears of joy rather than sorrow. However, much to his confusion, Fu gently pushed him back, breaking the hug, and looked into his eyes with a dazed gaze. Something's wrong, Fu mumbled, as she started to look at her own body, until she finally noticed the missing piece. Chow Mei. Where is Chow Mei? Why I can't feel Chow Mei? Not far away from Shino and Fu, Killer Bee's students were gathered around him, watching how T was futilely trying to keep him alive long enough for the wreckage to return with Naruto. But no matter how hard the blonde-haired medic tried, it simply wasn't enough. He has no heartbeat. Omoy said, placing his fingers on B's wrist. Come on T, we're losing him. I know you can do better. Karui shouted. I'm trying my best, but it's not enough. No medic on Earth can save a Jinchuriki whose tailed beast has been extracted, the braid-wearing girl protested. We can't lose Sensei, you hear me? We already thought we lost him once, and I don't plan to go through that again. Not unless we've done everything in our hand. So you better dash. Hey, what's that? Omoy asked, looking up into the sky. The two girls did likewise, and had to shield their eyes from the bright beam of light that was falling upon them. The beam of light hit B's body, and the rapper ninja instantly sat up and started coughing. Sensei? Karui asked. Where am I? What's going on? What does it feel like I've been gone? He asked, as he confusedly looked at his students, who were crying tears of joy. However, despite his return to life, B felt that something was missing from him. Something very important. There's something amiss. Wait, where is number 8? Yujito was watching in awe how the dead were returning to life. Those who did were a bit confused, looking around, trying to understand what was going on. The friends and loved ones of the resurrected didn't question what was going on, and jumped to hug them, many of them crying tears of joy. She couldn't help but smile at such a heartwarming sight. You know, Karama told me about this happening in Konoha, Matatabi chimed in. But seeing it with your own eyes, it's something completely different. It certainly is, Yujito agreed. Despite all the people who died in this war, this battle at least will end up with 0 casualties on our side. Distracted as she was by the miracle happening around her, Yujito didn't realize that one of the falling beams of light was heading towards her. The Jinchuriki of Matatabi screamed and fell on her, but in shock as the beam of light hit her, sending a jolt through her body. Yujito. What happened? Matatabi's shard within her asked, worried. Are you okay? I think? Yujito asked, confused. I don't know, I feel different, Yujito said. For some reason, her body didn't feel like a shadow clone anymore. In fact, she felt almost like she did when she was alive. Moved by a hunch, she pulled out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and made a cut on her thumb. It started to bleed. Blood my blood, Yujito said, her voice barely a whisper, as she watched a thin thread of blood trickle down her finger. But shadow clones don't bleed, right? Matatabi asked. Then it can only mean I'm alive, she said in realization. Then, her lips curved into a wide smile, as she began to leap in joy. I'm alive. I'm alive. Oh yes. Everyone, Yujito is back. Yujito wasn't the only one who underwent a rebirth, as the other Jinchuriki that had temporary shadow clone bodies were also hit by the resurrecting beams of light. Such as Han and Rashi, that were making sure that all the 10-tailed spawns were truly done and accounted for. Or Yugura, who had reunited with his wife and son, and was using the chance to say a proper goodbye before his artificial body finally disappeared. Or Utakata, who was telling Hataru about how he ended up raised as a zombie, before part of his chakra ended up in Naruto, while Hataru was telling him about her battles in the war, and how she had met and fought Utakata's former mentor Harasame, and how, misguided as he was, the man never betrayed Yudakata, but wanted to help him. The last of the beams of white light fell upon Rin. As her body was revitalized and her soul returned to it, the medic Nin's eyes were opened wide, and quickly sat up, breathing heavily, while looking around, confused. Where am I? I am alive, she asked, before she looked at Obito, kneeling next to her. Rin, Obito? Obito didn't say anything. He simply smiled, and much to the medic's shock, he dropped on his back, lying on the ground. Obito, what's wrong? Rin asked, as he quickly went to check him. Nothing's wrong, Obito weakly said. At least not anymore, your heartbeat is so weak and you're so cold. Rin said in horror. What Rin, Madara killed you, Kakashi said, as he walked towards the two. Albeit dragging himself was probably a more appropriate term to use, since all the battling was finally taking a toll on his body. Obito then used the Rinnegan to revive you, as well as the ninjas who died during the battle against the 10 Tails, to life. What? But how? Wait a minute, isn't that what that pain guy did after the Battle of Konoha? Rin asked. But that jutsu claims one's life after using it. Kakashi merely looked at Obito with saddened eyes. I think he was aware of such outcome. No. Obito, why did you do it? Rin said, as he grabbed his shoulders. Her eyes started to water. Why? Now that you finally saw the light. Now that the three of us were finally together. Obito chuckled sadly. Rin, one way or another, there was no future for me. He was interrupted by a coughing fit. But you do have a future, Rin. You deserve it. I sacrificed plenty of lives for you, Rin, and look how it ended. My life is the only life I have any right to sacrifice, so let me do this for you, Obito, Rin said, as tears ran down her cheeks. Obito then turned his head towards Kakashi. Kakashi, I asked you to protect Rin once and you failed. Then again, I wasn't any better, was I? He asked, laughing a little, before his laugh was cut by another coughing fit. So now, make sure you don't waste this second chance, Obito said, before his eyes rested on Rin once again. And you, Rin, make sure you keep Kakashi alive as well. It's a miracle that this idiot made it alive so far. Rin wiped her tears, and forced herself to smile at Obito's jab. Yeah, hee and yes, don't worry. I always kept you guys in check, didn't I? Good, Obito coughed again. Now I also want to say that for all what's worth, I'm sorry for the hell I put you through. It's okay, Obito. You suffered a lot yourself as well. But don't worry, your suffering is about to end, Rin said, as she helped Obito to lie down. You can rest now. After taking one last look at the girl he used to have a crush on and the man who was both his rival, enemy, and best friend, Obito closed his eyes, and never opened them again. Rin hung her head, and started to weep, while Kakashi pulled her into a hug. With the 10 Tails defeated and Obito dead, there was only one Akatsuki left. One who, despite his immense power, still couldn't match the combined might of the Ninja Alliance on his own. However, said Akatsuki was about to pull one last, desperate gamble to achieve victory. Because many things could be said of Madara Uchiha, but being a quitter wasn't one of them. As the tailed beasts were celebrating their newfound freedom with Naruto and Hinata, Madara leaped towards them, landing in the middle of the tailed beasts. Given his body language, it was obvious he wasn't going to surrender. This isn't over yet, he hollered. I'm afraid it is, Naruto replied. The 10 Tails is no more and your army has been destroyed. All what's left of Akatsuki is you, Madara. Yeah. Don't complicate things any further and surrender peacefully, Jiraiya stated. Strong as you are, you can't defeat all of us. Especially not when we have all tailed beasts here to help us as well, Hinata added. Madara chuckled condescendingly at the Konoha ninjas. You're forgetting about an important detail, Madara then tapped the side of his head. I still have the Rinnegan. meaning that I can still summon the demonic statue and seal the tailed beasts again myself. And you think we're going to let you? Yuki asked, as he lumbered forward. Naruto, you and the other humans, please stand back, Chomei said, as she menacingly hovered over the rogue Uchiha. This is our fight. I'm afraid you won't be fighting anybody, you filthy animals, Madara snarled, looking at the beasts closing on him with contempt. Your fate is to disappear within the 10 tails. Well, unless you can seal all 9 beasts by yourself in a matter of seconds, you're pretty much screwed. Naruto said. There was a moment of avert uncomfortable silence. Naruto turned towards his parents. He can't do that, right? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade, who shrugged, not knowing the answer either. Even for one as powerful as I, such feat would be ludicrous. It would be as impossible as manifesting Susanoo without eyes, Madara admitted, much to Naruto's relief. However, I can still do the next best thing. Chibaku Tensei. Madara shot his hands to the sides, throwing 9 gravity cores to a tailed beast each. The tailed beasts were unable to dodge the attack, and as the core latched onto them, they were lifted into the air as chunks of earth and rock were pulled towards them, trapping them inside small planetoids. First order of business, secure the tailed beasts, Madara replied. Release them. Now. Naruto demanded, as he and Hinata angrily ran towards him. Do you want your precious little animals? Madara asked in a mocking tone, as his Susanoo manifested around him, going all the way to its perfect form. Then come and get them. Naruto and Hinata didn't say anything. Nodding to each other, they held hands once again, merging their chakra and forming the golden avatar of Kalika. The final battle of the Fourth Ninja War was about to begin, Haiya. With a mighty cry, Madara made his Susanoo deliver a vertical sword strike at his golden-hued enemy. The golden avatar of Kalika caught the blade with its 2 upper hands, while it moved to deliver a double palm strike with its lower ones, as it had done before. Madara, however, wasn't somebody who was easily caught with the same trick twice. He made the Susanoo drop its sword, and jumped backwards, causing the earth to rumble, dodging the double palm hit just in time. As he did so, the Susanoo brought his hands together, summoning several Magatama-shaped projectiles between them. Yasaka Magatama. Taking advantage of the golden avatar being momentarily wide open, the Susanoo threw the chakra Magatamas at it. Madara, however, wasn't counting with the avatar's 9 long golden lock of hairs that could be used like the tails of Kurama. They raised as if they had life of its own, and quickly whipped the incoming projectiles, deflecting them with well-timed strikes and avoiding the subsequent explosions. Not bothered by the fact that his attacks were not having any effect on his enemies, Madara simply unsheathed his other sword, and charged forward, this time opting for an horizontal swipe once he reached the melee range. The golden avatar, however, managed to deflect the sword strike to the side with a well-aimed palm strike to the Susanoo's wrist, before countering with a few more palm strikes to the chest and the head, cracking the Susanoo's armor on each spot it struck, before finishing with a roundhouse kick, which packed so much force, Madara's Susanoo was launched backwards, falling on its back. Incredible such power, Madara said in awe, as he channeled chakra towards his Susanoo in order to repair its cracked armor, and had him get back on his feet as the golden avatar approached. I never thought I'd find somebody who would entertain me as much as Hashirama. And unlike that green-clad fool, your power won't burn out after just a few hits. Don't you dare insult Gai-sensei. Naruto yelled. Why not? He was a weakling, Madara said in disgust. And weaklings shouldn't be mourned. You have no right to call Gai-sensei a weakling when he was close enough to kill you, Hinata rebuked. He was unable to match me unless he had to exchange his whole life for a temporal power boost, Madara rebutted. Yes, he was close enough to kill me. And a ninja truly powerful would have another chance to finish the job given enough time. But not him. He put his life on the line for a desperate gamble, and he lost. Naruto's glare pierced Madara. Be sure to enjoy this fight then, Madara, because I can assure you it's going to be your last. You can trust one will, Madara said, as his Susanoo extended his free arm, generating another sword of chakra. The chakra construct then crossed his blades in front of its face. Susanoo, twin blade dance. The Susanoo spread its crossed blades in opposite arcs, releasing a barrage of giant chakras crescents towards the opposing chakra construct. The golden avatar started to spin around its feet. 6 paths, golden heavenly spin. The avatar's spinning speed continued to increase until it turned into a golden tornado of chakra, just in time to deflect the incoming projectiles, which were redirected elsewhere. Once the danger passed, it stopped spinning. Our turn, Naruto said, as he started to make hand seals. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The golden avatar crouched to one knee and slammed the ground with a single palm. Suddenly, a pool of lava formed at Madara's Susanoo's feet, and the blue chakra construct started slowly sink into a pool of molten rock, while the intense heat began to melt its armor. Then, the golden avatar rushed towards the Susanoo, the earth shaking with each footstep, as it clenched its 2 upper fists. Lion heads made of golden chakra formed around them. 6 paths, twin lion fists. The avatar of Kalika slammed one of its lion fists onto the Susanoo's stomach, making it to double over, before delivering a devastating left hook to its face, pushing it upwards. It finished with another punch to the Susanoo's face, which packed so much force, it produced a sonic boom, sending Madara's Susanoo flying backwards. Despite the brutal attack, Madara channeled more chakra to regenerate his Susanoo, while it forced it to get back on its feet once more. Just how much fight is there in this man? Hinata asked, part astonished and part frustrated at how much punishment the rogue Uchiha could withstand. You have no idea, girl. Madara loves to fight against strong opponents, so he's having the time of his life right now, Kurama answered. He won't stop until either he or his enemies are dead, whatever happens first. Then let's make sure it's actually him, Naruto stated. Meanwhile, to the sidelines, from a safe distance, a group of allied ninjas, mostly from Konoha, were gathered in order to watch the final battle. Chief among them were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and most members of the Konoha 15. Guys, a familiar voice called. The group turned towards the direction of the voice, and much to their joy, they saw Shino and Fu coming towards them. Fu looked a bit sick, with her face looking pale and her eyes looking tired, and one arm slung around Shino's shoulder, who was helping her walk. But other than that, she appeared to be okay. Fu! Kiba and Tamaki cried in unison, as they went to greet their friend from Taki. Oh man, I can't believe you're awake. I thought you were a goner, Kiba said, with Akamaru barking happily. Guess whoever revived all those people revived you as well, huh? Tamaki asked. Chomei, Fu said, ignoring Tamaki's question, as her eyes drifted towards the sky, where the 9 planetoids containing one-tailed beast each were resting. We need to free her. As well as the others. Don't worry, Naruto and Hinata are already on it, Niji said. Once they defeat Madara, I'm positive the tailed beasts will be released. By the way, why are we just watching? Sasuke asked. Should we go there and help? Jiraiya shook his head. As they are right now, Naruto, Hinata and Madara are on a completely different league from us. If we intervened, we'd be more of a burden rather than help. But don't worry, I can sense that Naruto and Hinata's combined power is much greater than Madara's. This fight will end soon. While they didn't like the idea of just being mere observers and let Naruto and Hinata do all the work, they decided to heed Jiraiya's work and wait until the inevitable victory came. That's it, all of them except Shikamaru, who watched the battle with a critical eye, analyzing every move each of the 2 chakra colossi made. Shikamaru? Choji asked, noticing his teammate's demeanor. Something wrong? Yes, was the Nara's reply, his eyes fixed on the seemingly one-sided battle. But right now, I can't discern what. What do you mean? Ino asked, growing a little worried. If Shikamaru saw trouble ahead, it was better not to dismiss his concern. Don't you believe that Naruto and Hinata can win this? The way the battle is going, yes, I do believe they are on their way to victory, and that's what worries me, Shikamaru said. This looks way too easy. Choji's eyes glanced towards the two titanic battlers. The ground shook again when the golden avatar parried a double blow from Madara's Susanoo, as cracks started to spread around their feet. Well, I wouldn't call fighting that thing easy. Even if I used super multi-size jutsu dash, Shikamaru shook his head. What I mean is, Madara looks rather confident in his chances to win, despite the fact that he's getting his ass hooped. I'm afraid he knows something we're ignoring. He may have one last ace in the hole that we're not considering. Such as, Shikamaru's eyes drifted towards the 9 planetoids floating high in the sky. The Battle of Giants continued, with Naruto and Hinata's golden avatar of Kalika still dominating the battle. However, no matter how much they battered Madara's Susanoo, the rogue Uchiha continued to fight. In fact, it seemed as if the beatings gave him additional energy. Such power at such young age, I get chills to imagine what will you become in a decade, Madara said with a manic grin. Unfortunately, neither of us will have the chance to see your progress. Why are you talking as if you're winning? Naruto asked, annoyed. Because I have won. You simply haven't realized of it just yet, Madara smugly replied. We already defeated the 10 tails. Beating you will be far less challenging, Hinata confidently added. Good. Try to keep that aplomb. Or else, this fight will be boring, Madara said, as he started making hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The ground around the golden avatar quaked for a second, before a large mass of green wooden roots burst from underground, and began to wrap around its legs, body, and all 4 arms. The chakra giantess tried to break free through brute force, but the root's pull was strong. Now stay still while I deliver the next blow, Madara said, as his Susanoo started to flap its wings, flying into the air. The golden avatar continued to struggle against the mass of roots as Madara's Susanoo gained altitude. Once it was high enough, Madara commanded it to dive into his golden enemy, both swords aiming downwards. Unfortunately, Madara seemed to forget about the golden avatar's tail-like hair locks, which Naruto and Hinata used in time to break the roots, immobilizing the avatar, freeing it in time to block the Susanoo's onslaught. Despite breaking free, the golden avatar was unable to stop its foe or dodge in time, and the blue chakra construct slammed into it. Then again, it managed to use its 4 arms to grab the Susanoo's wrists while also protecting itself from the impact, even if the slam pushed it backwards. His attack not having the desired effect, Madara tried to pull back, but the golden avatar was still holding onto the Susanoo by its wrists. Then, like Hinata had done with Tonari's giant statue, the avatar started to spin in place, building momentum. Unlike the aforementioned battle, it only built enough momentum just to toss Madara a couple 100 meters into the sky, and while the blue Susanoo was in the air, the avatar brought its 4 hands together, gathering red and blue chakra in the form of a purple sphere. Tailed Beast Ball. The avatar thrust its 4 hands towards the airborne Susanoo, launching the purple sphere at him. After just regaining balance, the Susanoo was unable to dodge the projectile, and was engulfed inside a massive explosion. Yes. Direct hit. Naruto cheered, pumping his free fist. Unfortunately, he realized that the battle wasn't over when Hinata's expression didn't change, her eyes focused on the cloud of smoke created by the explosion. And indeed, the moment the smoke cleared, Madara's Susanoo was still there. It was far from unarmed, having several chunks of its armor tore off, including half its helmet, while only half of its wings remained. What an impressive display of power. I never had this much fun since Hashirama. In fact, I'd say that the two of you together are more powerful than I am right now, Madara admitted. Should this battle continue as it is, I would inevitably lose. Then why don't you surrender? Naruto asked, even if he knew that Madara would never do such a thing. Or are you the type of ninja that prefers to go down fighting? You are correct on that regard, boy. I only surrendered once in my life, and it's a moment that will haunt me forever, Madara admitted. Yes, I would fight you to the bitter end even if I knew that I have no chances of beating you. Unfortunately for you, Madara made a hand seal, and both Naruto and Hinata shivered upon sensing the sheer amount of chakra that was being moved. I don't plan to lose today. The 9 planetoids with the tailed beasts inside them started to crackle with white electricity. Then, the perfectly round asteroids fired a beam of bluish-white chakra each, the 9 beams converging into their shared target, Madara's Susanoo. The blue chakra construct started to swell as the power of the tailed beasts was pushed into it, quickly regenerating into its complete form. Fire-like chakra of the same color poured from the Susanoo's eyes and mouth. What the hell is he doing? Naruto asked. His Susanoo, it's using the tailed beast's chakra to power it up. Hinata said in realization. Its power, it's so massive, yeah, this doesn't look good, Kurama interceded, sounding positively worried. If the chakra of the 9 tailed beasts is combined into one, you produce pure 6 paths chakra, and he's using that chakra to empower his Susanoo, so it's like my chakra but on a much larger scale? Naruto asked, before gulping. They continued to watch in horror as Madara's Susanoo absorbed all that power, triggering yet another form, this time looking as if a being made of pure fire and light was growing out of the armor, with the armor changing its shape in order to adapt to it. Lightning bolts shoot from the Susanoo's new form, as the air around it shimmered. Lastly, 2 swords which appeared to be made of pure lightning appeared on its hands. Ah, the feeling, it's even better than I could have imagined. Madara said, spreading his arms, basking in the feeling of power of his new form. He then looked down at the golden avatar, and smirked. Do you understand now? You've lost from the very beginning. I might not be able to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails right now, but the power of this Susanoo is a pretty close facsimile at least. It is to wipe you and those other fools trying to oppose me. Thanks to the power of the tailed beasts, I managed to break the limits of the Susanoo, creating a form that could crush even Hashirama at his strongest. Now, all it needs is a name. Let's see, given the source of its power, how about 6 paths perfect Susanoo? A bit of a mouthful, but it will do for the time being. Naruto and Hinata didn't reply, as they came to terms with the fact that their battle was about to turn around. The two of them could feel the sheer power of Madara's 6 paths perfect Susanoo, and they were painfully aware that the Uchiha's boasting wasn't undeserved. Still, the two of them were not going to give up. Naruto, Hinata, that thing might not be as powerful as the 10 tails, but Madara will use its power much more efficiently than that monster did. You two better fight like you never did before. Kurama warned, making the 2 humans tense up. The streams of energy began to thin until they disappeared, apparently charging Madara's Susanoo completely. The newly imported Susanoo flexed its limbs, sending a pulse of chakra that crossed the entire continent. It was felt by pretty much every human being, including those that weren't sensory ninja, leaving all of them with a feeling of dread, as if a cold hand grasped their hearts. Madara's lips formed a deranged smile, as his Rinnegan eyes focused on the golden avatar of Kalika. Shall we dance? Despite its sheer size, Madara's Susanoo crossed the distance between it and its opposing chakra construct in little more than a second, and delivered a brutal backhand. The golden avatar was flung back as if it was a mere ragdoll, slamming against a rock formation that was shattered into pebbles. The 2 humans inside the construct didn't experience the whole power of that single move, but they didn't come out of the impact unscathed. Ugh, Hinata croaked. Hinata. Are you okay? Naruto asked in concern, holding her straight. Why, yes, I wasn't just prepared for that, Hinata replied, as she watched the 6 paths Susanoo walking towards them at a leisured pace. I'm not confident the avatar can withstand many more of hits of such force. Agreed. That's why we better go on the offensive, Naruto suggested. Ready to go? Hinata simply nodded. With their combined effort, the avatar got back on its feet, and before the Susanoo could deliver another blow, it dashed towards it, using its building momentum to deliver a palm strike so powerful, it produced a sonic boom followed by a strong gust of wind. Too bad it failed to cause any harm on Madara's Susanoo, who didn't even move. Naruto and Hinata were taken aback, and they had the avatar deliver more palm strikes at the blue and white chakra construct, each hit having the exact same effect as the one before. It was like watching an ordinary man trying to bring down a steel wall with his bare hands. The Susanoo then smashed the hilt of one of its lightning swords on the avatar's head, making it double over, following with a brutal kick to the face, sending the avatar flying away. Naruto and Hinata screamed in unison, before they shared chakra construct slammed backwards onto the ground. Madara laughed UPN seeing how easily he was dominating the fight. Does it sink yet, how inferior you kids are to me? Madara taunted. Or do I need to beat such reality into you for a bit longer? Normally I'm not one to ask for the enemy to surrender, but I don't enjoy facing enemies that can't fight back. The golden avatar of Kalika got back on its feet once more, its wounds slowly closing down as Naruto and Hinata channeled more chakra into it. Then, the avatar brought two of its hands together, making Naruto's favorite seal, and four more avatars popped into existence. Madara simply laughed at the new developments. You think that multiplying the number of losers is going to change anything? Madara asked. If that's the case, then come and try to strike me down. 2FO the clone avatars rushed forward, and flanked Madara's Susanoo before delivering a palm strike each, and like before, it had no effect. The six-path Susanoo sank one of its lightning swords into the gut one of the clone avatars, while vertically slicing the other one in half, making both of them to disappear. And while he was busy doing this, other two clones rushed forward, grappling an arm each with their arms and locks of hair, leaving the Susanoo seemingly immobilized. The real golden avatar cupped its four hands together, and started to form a tailed beast ball between them. Tailed beast ball. The golden avatar launched the sphere of destructive energy at the six-path Susanoo, who wasn't even attempting to break free from the clones keeping it in place. Perhaps Madara was confident none of Naruto and Hinata's attacks could harm his Susanoo in its new form. The tailed beast ball found its mark, resulting in an explosion that, unlike the golden avatar's previous attacks, managed to at least make the Susanoo flinch and stumble backwards. Look! That caused some harm. Hinata pointed out excitedly. I saw it. Let's do it again. Naruto agreed. More tailed beast balls came, each one of them hitting the six-path Susanoo, which reacted to the explosions, but leaving only minimal damage. And once again, it appeared that Madara was purposefully testing the limits of his Susanoo's toughness, as once he grew bored of letting his foes play target practice with him, the Susanoo brought its arms together, slamming the two clone avatars against each other, before casually tossing them aside. Tailed Beast Ball. Yasaka Magatama. The golden avatar launched yet another tailed beast ball at Madara, while the rogue Uchiha summoned several Magatama-like projectiles, and launched them forward. The Magatamas slammed into the tailed beast ball, breaking it apart without losing almost any momentum. The avatar covered itself with its tail-like locks of hair just in time as the Magatamas hit, resulting in a chain of explosions that blew said locks into chunks that quickly dissipated into the air, while pushing it backwards. The six-path Susanoo then stabbed one of its swords of light into the ground, sending an underground energy shockwave that traveled in a line towards the golden avatar, cracking the earth in half and blowing up chunks of rock and dirt everywhere. The avatar was unable to regrow its locks of hair to use as protection in time, taking the brunt of the attack and being blasted backwards. His attacks are so brutal, Hinata lamented. I know. We can't let him put us on the defensive, or else, he's going to kick our asses really bad. Naruto said, as he and Hinata commanded the avatar to get back on its feet again. The tailed beast ball appeared to cause some harm. Let's try that again, Hinata suggested. This time, I'll add to the ball's power. Got it. Once again, the avatar cupped its four hands together, as it began to form the tailed beast ball. Meanwhile, Hinata's hands formed several hand seals as her truth-seeking balls merged into a single, purple glowing orb of chakra. Tailed beast ball. Amethyst will reincarnation explosion. As the avatar fired the sphere of destruction, Hinata released a mass of purple-colored lightnings that wrapped themselves around the ball, giving it a cloak of electricity. The two youths held their breath as their combination attack sailed towards Madara's Susanoo. The Uchiha smirked once again. A combination jutsu. Nice. I'm really fond of those myself, Madara replied, as his Susanoo delivered a vertical swipe, slicing the incoming attack in two, the two pieces sailing upwards in opposing angles, before they detonated in the sky. His grin grew wider upon seeing his foe's hopes being crushed once again. Unfortunately, it won't be enough. Nothing that you do will be enough to defeat me as I am right now. Bullshit. You still haven't seen the best we can do. Naruto angrily retorted. Hinata, follow my lead. The avatar brought its hands together once again, except instead of another tailed beast ball, it created a Rasengan, which started to slowly become a Raisin Shuriken as Naruto added wind chakra to it, while Hinata added lightning chakra of her own. The air was filled with the sound of loud whirrings as well as thunderclaps, while the avatar held a large spinning shuriken of wind churka coated with lightning. Take this. Sage Art, Double Elemental Release, Spiraling Tempest. Madara watched once again as the whirring shuriken of chakra sailed towards his Susanoo. For some reason, he felt this attack packed a meaner punch than the standard tailed beast ball. My, such an interesting jutsu. Madara said, amused. That might do some harm to my Susanoo after all. That is, if I allow it to reach that far. Naruto and Hinata shivered as they felt the six-path Susanoo gathering chakra, lightning bolts firing from its body in every direction, before it slammed both its swords into the ground, launching a vertical slash of chakra as long as the Susanoo was tall, carving a deep crack on the earth as it sailed forward. The two attacks met, and for a few seconds they struggled against the other. But much to the Konoha ninjas' horror, Madara's attack was the one to win the push, breaking their special Raisin Shuriken in thousands of tiny shards of chakra, before it slammed against the golden avatar, flinging it backwards, landing on its back, the impact causing a tremor. I imagine that jutsu was your last resort, right? Madara asked, as he made his Susanoo to move forward, closing the distance between the two titans. I could see it was quite powerful. Had you used it against my usual Susanoo, it would have destroyed it completely. However, Yuji? For some reason, Madara's Susanoo started to shrink, returning back to its previous form. The confused Uchiha took only a couple seconds to realize what was going on. I see, he said, sounding annoyed, as he made a hand seal. The planetoids floating above the ground fired a beam of chakra each into Madara's Susanoo, recharging it, allowing it to return to its empowered form, before it resumed its walk towards its downed enemy. It seemed that Naruto and Hinata still had some fight in them, as they poured more chakra into the construct in order to regenerate it, while they commanded it to get back on its feet. Except Madara didn't appear to be in the mood to continue the fight, and once it reached them, the six-path Susanoo kicked it down with great force. Sorry, but no, Madara's grin had disappeared, replaced by an unamused scowl. The Susanoo started to brutally kick the golden avatar while it was down. I'm tired of this charade. You two will die now. A few minutes earlier, that's it, I've seen enough. Sasuke immediately shot forward, ready to assist Naruto and Hinata before Madara could end them for good, and wondering how is that nobody thought in doing so earlier, but much to his surprise and annoyance, a firm hand kept him in place. Turning around, he saw it was his brother Itachi. Itachi! What the hell are you doing? Saving your life, brother. Think for a second. If you went and fought Madara, he would kill you instantly. Itachi said. Then come with me. Sasuke retorted. Between all of us, I'm sure we could bring him down. Madara already proved in the past that he's beyond mere numbers, Shursui added, much to the youngest Uchiha's growing annoyance. Then what are we supposed to do? Watch how Madara beats Naruto and Hinata down. Sasuke asked, his Sharingan locked on Madara's six-path Susanoo, as he lumbered towards the downed golden avatar. There must be something we can do. I thought in a way that we could provide some support to Naruto and Hinata, but I don't think if it's going to be enough to, Shikamaru began, but trailed off upon seeing the Susanoo briefly shrinking back to its previous form, before Madara directed more tailed beast chakra towards it, reversing the regression. The gears inside Shikamaru's head began to turn once again as a plan, a much improved version of his original idea, formed inside his head, now that he has this new piece of critical information. Actually, scratch that. I think we may still win this. Yeah, I also noticed that Madara's new Susanoo form has a glaring weak point, Jiraiya said, as he walked towards the Nara. Do you know a way to take advantage of such weakness? I do, was Shikamaru's response. I'm going to need two things. First, all my former classmates to follow me and do what I say. And two, somebody to keep Madara distracted while we get ready. That can be done, Jiraiya said. Who's going to distract Madara, thought. Because even as a sage, I'm afraid I don't have the power to even make a scratch on that thing. Leave it to us, Hokage-sama, Itachi said, as Shursui nodded behind him. Hanabi took a step forward. There's no way I'm standing in the sidelines while my sister and her boyfriend risks their neck for us. I have a Tensigen too, for Kami's sake. I'll go too. Somebody needs to remind that asshole that he isn't the only one with a Rinnegan, Tsunade said, cracking her knuckles. Besides, Naruto isn't the only one of my children that son of a bitch has hurt. As they all moved out, Shino gently helped Fu to sit down. I wish I was able to go with you, Fu lamented. Don't worry, girl, he has Kiba and I do cover his back, Tamaki confidently stated. I promise you we will come back in one piece. Fu forced herself to smile, and nodded. I know. Please give that guy a punch or two on my behalf, okay? The three younger members of the animal squad nodded, before they followed the rest of their former classmates. If it wasn't for you two, I would be the new sage of the Six Paths, and I would be leading this world to a new golden era of peace, Madara seethed, as his Susanoo continued to stomp on the golden avatar. Resealing the tailed beasts on my own may take me weeks, months even. Making sure your deaths are as slow and painful as possible will be a very small consolation. The Susanoo lifted its foot, ready to vent Madara's anger on the screaming teens once again. The chakra came down, and then, Shinra Tensei. Suddenly, the six-path Susanoo was pushed back by a gravitational shockwave. Normally, a shockwave of such power wouldn't be enough to move it, but given its precarious balance, it tumbled back several steps, but didn't threaten to fall down. Two emotions filled Madara, the first one being confusion at who else besides him and Obito had access to the power of the Renegna. The second being anger, at being interrupted when he was about to finish his prey off. Enraged, Madara tracked the source of chakra of such attack, and saw a blonde woman who placed herself between him and the falled golden chakra construct. Don't you dare lay another finger on those children, the woman bellowed. Madara's glare pierced her, unamused. And who are you supposed to be? Their mother? Of one of them, yes, Tsunade said. But that's not all what I am. My name is Tsunade Senju, and I am Hashirama Senju's granddaughter. And just like my grandfather did in the past, so shall I protect both my loved ones in Konoha from scum like you. Madara narrowed his eyes at her. Thanks to the Rinnegan's enhanced vision, he could make most of the woman's facial features despite how far she was from him. And one thing that drew his attention were those light brown eyes of her. They weren't Hashirama's, but for some reason, they felt familiar to the rogue Uchiha. Then, a memory of the two white-haired kids that tried to fight him a few days ago sprung to mind, and the connection was made. Oh, I see. So you're the mother of that pair of brats as well, aren't you? Madara asked. The ones with white hair. Tell me, woman, do you have any of your kids' extraordinary abilities? No, but I don't need wood release or an extreme affinity to nature energy to fight you, Tsunade confidently said, as she placed her hands on her hips. Especially when I'm not fighting you alone. Yasaka Magatama. Susanoo, Tsukumo. A barrage of green chakra needles as well as red Magatama-like projectiles crashed against Madara's six-path Susanoo. The impact and subsequent explosions didn't do much, but the red and green Susanoos that tackled it in tandem after that managed to push it back, much to Madara's surprise. You two again? Madara said, glaring at Itachi and Shisui, as a look of irritation spread across his face. You already had your chance to prove your mettle against me on multiple occasions. This fight goes beyond your pathetic level of power and skill. Yeah, excuse us if we disagree on that, Shisui snarked. Madara snarled, and made his six-path Susanoo to slam its fists on each of the opposing chakra constructs, forcing them to release it. Itachi and Shisui's Susanoo stumbled back, but remained firm. The six-path Susanoo created a sword of lightning, and swung it down toward Shisui's Senjutsu Susanoo. Shisui's Susanoo summoned its trusty drill spear while Itachi's Susanoo unsheathed its sword of Tatsuka, and the two of them parried the incoming blow at once. There was a sonic boom when the chakra weapons clashed, and the Uchiha cousins winced as they felt how their chakra constructs sunk into the ground a little. Madara lifted the lightning sword again, though rather than parrying, Itachi and Shisui decided to dodge by jumping to the sides. The sword hit the ground instead, releasing yet another slash of chakra that cracked the earth as it traveled forward. Regardless of my bravado, Madara is right. We're way above our heads trying to fight him. Then again, we aren't fighting to win, Shisui thought. While Madara was focused on the Uchiha cousins and Tsunade, he didn't notice Hanabi flying just above him. The young Hyuga cancelled the flight, allowing gravity to get a hold of her as she quickly manifested the avatar of Kalika, the magenta chakra construct landing on the back of the six-path Susanoo, wrapping two of its arms around the Susanoo's neck while using its two free hands to smash its head open. Or trying to smash it open. This is for the beating you gave me before. And the beating you gave my teammates. Hanabi shouted, as she vented all the anger she had gathered inside her. And my sister too. So you've decided to come out at all once. Very well then. If you're so eager to die, then I'll be more than happy to oblige. Madara said, as he tried to get Hanabi out of his Susanoo's back, while Itachi and Shisui's Susanoos continued to attack him from the sides. Naruto and Hinata watched as the Tsunade, the Uchiha cousins, and Hanabi engaged Madara, buying them some reprieve from the brutal beating they were getting. What are they doing? Hinata asked in horror. They're not match for Madara. He's going to kill all of them. Hanabi-chan, get out of here. Hinata, calm down. Naruto said, squeezing Hinata's hand with his own, in an attempt to reassure her. I don't think they're trying to fight him for real, just buying us some time to recover. But there's no time to protest. We can't waste any more seconds hesitating, or else they will be risking their lives in vain, Naruto told Hinata. The Hyuga clenched her jaw, but ultimately nodded. Good. How much chakra do you have left? Sadly, not much, Hinata said, looking down. I believe between the two of us we could rebuild the golden avatar one last time. Alright, in that case, let's make sure that hey, lovebirds, make some room, a new voice said. Much to Naruto's shock, Sasuke leaped inside the downed golden avatar, followed by Sakura and Karen. Then, Shikamaru, Ino and Choji joined them, as well as the rest of their former classmates, and Team Guy. What are you guys doing here? A confused Naruto asked. What do you think, dumbass? Lending you a hand, Sasuke replied. Because it surely looks like you need one. Besides, Shikamaru has a plan to defeat Madara. But he needs all of us to work together, Sakura explained, before her green eyes drifted towards the people fighting Madara. They're buying us time for us to get ready, so let's make it count. Indeed. This chakra construct can be the key to beating Madara for good, but it needs some reinforcement first. Let's begin. Ino, link all of our minds. Shikamaru ordered. Ino nodded, and made a hand seal. Everybody could feel how their minds were connected towards each other, as if they were sharing a single brain. Done. Ino said, their voice sounding inside everybody else's head. Good. Now we don't need to talk out loud and we can coordinate our movements much better, Shikamaru mentally said. Sakura, your turn. Sakura nodded, as she brought her hands, forming the tiger seal. Ninja art, 100 healings. Naruto couldn't help but gape in shock upon seeing his former classmate using one of his mom's most powerful healing jutsu like that. Sakura's body started glow with a red aura, and black lines started to spread around the golden avatar, regenerating its missing parts and closing down its wounds. With this jutsu active, you won't have to use your own chakra to repair it any time it takes damage. Sakura mentally said. But we're still going to need more chakra as well, Shikamaru added, as he looked at his hand. He smiled upon seeing the small cuts and burns he had gotten over the course of the previous battle quickly closed on their own. As I imagined, the chakra of the 9 tails also heals us as well. In that case, Niji, Tenten, Lee. You should be able to open the celestial gates without being afraid of the usual backlash. But open only up to the 7th one, we can't risk you guys dying. Team Guy nodded in unison, and the 3 of them crossed their arms in front of their face before thrusting them to the sides in one swift motion. Gate of Wonder, open. A bright green aura flared around their bodies as chakra poured from them like a torrent, channeling it towards the golden avatar, who was starting to get back on its feet. Good. Now, Choji, your turn. Use the chakra Niji, Lee and Tenten are releasing. Shikamaru commanded. You got it. Choji said, clapping his hands together. Super multi-size jutsu. Choji, however, didn't grow any bigger. Instead, it was the golden avatar who was starting to slowly increase in size. While it was previously a head shorter than Madara's 6-path Susanoo, it grew until it was now a head taller, about 120 meters in height. Sasuke. Let's give the final touch. Shikamaru said. Sasuke merely nodded, and made a hand seal. His eyes glowed with a red glint as the Mangekyo Sharingan formed, and a deep purple aura washed over his body. Susanoo, majestic attire. Purple flames burst at several parts of the golden avatar, the legs, its 4 forearms, its chest, waist and head, the fire quickly coalescing into pieces of armor, partially covering it in Susanoo. Aside from the armor, the Susanoo added an additional pair of arms, each of them holding a sword of chakra each. 6 paths, almighty avatar of Konoha. Maybe Naruto-kun and I alone weren't able to beat Madara, Hinata thought, as her Tensigen focused once again on the rogue Uchiha, who had finally gotten rid of Hanabi, her avatar of Kalika lying on the ground, and was now pounding Itachi and Shisui Susanoo with its bare fists. But with all our friends fighting alongside us, we might have a chance. Itachi, Shisui. Get the hell out of there. We're finished here. Sasuke warned his fellow Uchiha. You too, Hanabi-chan. Thanks for your help, but now you should try to find a safe place to stay. Hinata added. It seems they heard the warning, as their chakra constructs disappeared, and the 3 of them, as well as Tsunade, vacated the battleground. At first Madara attempted to give chase, but his attraction was drawn to the avatar of Konoha. He smirked in amusement. Look at that. You saw me, and decided to add some power to your own construct. The Susanoo armor looks really good on it, I must admit, Madara complimented. Unfortunately, it will do you no good. Alright, here it comes. First phase of the plan, gauge how strong we are compared to Madara, Shikamaru said. As the 2 colossi lumbered towards each other, the young Konoha ninjas braced themselves as the six-path Susanoo raised one of its lightning swords and brought it down in a vertical slice. The Avatar's Susanoo arms crossed their swords in front of its face just in place to parry the blow, which produced a shockwave followed by a gust of wind and a tremor, but the Avatar stood in place. The Konoha ninjas felt a little relief wash over them as they managed to pass their first test. But it was only the first of many to come. "Allow me to deal the first blow," Haku said, as he started to make hand seals. Ice release, freezing wave. One of the Avatar's feet started to glow with chakra, and from it a row of sharp ice as tall as the Avatar itself rocketed towards the six-path Susanoo, pushing it backwards and covering it in frosts, slowing its movements down. "Yes, we did it. We finally caused that thing some harm." Hinata cheered. "I call dibs on the next move," Tamaki said. The Avatar spread its middle arms to the sides, and 3 long claws made of chakra grew from the back of its hands. The armored chakra construct then rushed forward, delivering a multitude of swipes at the six-path Susanoo, each swipes pushing the half-frozen Susanoo a little back. Madara, however, decided he had enough. With a flex of all the tailed beast chakra stored inside his Susanoo, he instantly repelled all the frost covering it, while pushing the Avatar of Konoha backwards. The Susanoo then slammed the opposing chakra construct, before rushing forward and deliver a series of punches, forcing the Avatar of Konoha to move backwards. "Your steps are a bit better than before, but not enough to beat me in this dance," Madara boasted. "You haven't seen nothing yet," Naruto said out loud, as he extended the 2 lower pair of arms to the sides, using their hands to form 2 Raisen Shurikens, and mentally commanded Hinata and Haku to infuse them with elemental chakra. One of the Raisen Shuriken took the shape of a spinning shuriken made of pure purple lightning, while the other appeared to be made of ice. Lightning release, spiraling thunderstorm. Ice release, spiraling blizzard. As the 2 elemental shuriken barreled towards his Susanoo, Madara simply smirked. "Impressive. But once again, you fail to realize the difference in power between you and me," Madara boasted, as his Susanoo started to make hand seals. Susanoo, fire release majestic destroying flame. The six-path Susanoo exhaled a gigantic stream of flames that moved towards the Avatar of Konoha, incinerating the ground it touched to a crisp, until the wall of fire met the 2 elemental shuriken, both of them exploding into spheres of spinning ice and lightning. While the elemental spheres threatened to overpower Madara's attack, the Uchiha merely empowered his attack with more tailed beast chakra. The flames roared, burning brightly, as they finally managed to overpower the dual elemental attack and continue its travel towards the Avatar of Konoha unimpeded. "Water release users, protect the Avatar," Naruto commanded. The command proved to be unnecessary, as Sakura, Ino and Haku were already weaving the seals of the same water jutsu. Water release, water colliding wave. A second before Madara's torrent of flames could torch the Avatar of Konoha, a massive vortex of water appeared around it, covering it in its entirety. The flames were put out the moment they crashed against the watery shield, but their heat was so intense that most of the water was instantly vaporized into steam, leaving nothing but a few puddles at the feet of the chakra giantess. Deciding it was their turn to attack, Naruto used the Avatar to channel yet another tailed beast ball. And just when he was about to toss it, the Susanoo arms launched a pair of chakra slashes at the sphere of destruction, combining with it. Tailed beast chaos dance. "Another combination," Madara said, rolling his eyes. The six-path Susanoo held up a hand, and lightning gathered on it, forming a very long spear. "Tell me, kids, did you know I was the one who pioneered that combination? You surely don't think you can use my own weapons against me." The Susanoo then hurled the spear towards the incoming attack, piercing it completely, and keeping enough momentum to continue forward. "Shit!" Sasuke cursed, as he quickly summoned his Susanoo's shield bow on the left arm, and used it to intercept the attack. The lightning spear connected, blowing up the shield completely, as well as the hand and part of the Susanu's forearm, making Sasuke wince. Fortunately, Sakura's jutsu also affected the Susanoo, which began to slowly regenerate its missing limb. Rather than another ranged attack, Madara has his Susanoo barrel towards the avatar of Konoha, tackling it backwards with a powerful shoulder slam, before summoning another sword to one of its hands and delivering a diagonal upward swipe. What the? But much to Madara's shock, before the sword could connect, the Susanoo was frozen in place, being rendered completely immobile. Looking down, Madara could see that the shadows of the two colossi were now linked by a dark thread. "Come on, guys," Shikamaru urged, his voice sounding strained, as beads of sweat ran through his temples, as he struggled to keep his hands forming a hand seal. "I can't hold him for much longer," they didn't need to be told anymore, as the avatar quickly lunged forward and delivered a set of punches and palm strikes with its 6 arms, pushing the 6-path Susanoo a little back with each blow. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sage Art, Lightning Release Thunder Blast. Ice Release, Freezing Wave. From within the chakra construct, Sasuke breathed a massive fireball, while Hinata cast a storm of lightning bolts from her extended hands, while Haku did likewise with a wave of ice. The tri-elemental attack managed to cause some harm on the Susanoo, but nothing that actually lasted. Madara glared at the teens inside the avatar of Konoha. "I seriously hope that wasn't the best you have. Guys, I think he has a point. None of our attacks are leaving much of a mark on that monstrous Susanoo of his," Hinata inwardly lamented. "Just as I feared. Our power simply isn't enough to match him in direct combat," Shikamaru gravely said. However, his lips curved into a smirk that hinted this was something he had already anticipated. "That means that we will have to beat him through indirect means then. Everybody, let's flee to the sky." "On it," Sasuke replied, as 2 purple wings appeared on the avatar's back. The chakra construct then turned around, began to flap its wings, raising powerful gusts of wind and started to fly into the sky, seemingly fleeing away from Madara. Or at least, that's what the rogue Uchiha was led to believe. "You dare to oppose me, and now that you find yourselves outmatched, you think you can escape from my wrath?" Madara asked, scowling deeply. His Susanoo leaped into the air and started to give chase. "I don't think so." Exactly as Shikamaru had predicted. In his rage and lust for blood, he didn't realize he was being led away from the trapped-tailed beasts. "Alright, he's following us," Karen informed the others. "But his speed is much greater than ours. He will catch us before we can reach the upper atmosphere," Niji added. "Not good. We need to be as high as possible for the plan to work," Shikamaru said. "We need to do something to delay him a little. I believe this is the moment when I step up to offer my assistance," Shino offered, as a swarm of beetles poured from under his clothes. He made a single hand seal. Aburame's secret art, Giant Beetle Growth. The jutsu followed by a multitude bursts of smoke, and from the smoke emerged beetles as large as Akamaru, covered in a golden chakra cloak not unlike Naruto's Kurama cloak, and dived towards the 6-path Susanoo. The swarm of giant golden beetles latched onto Madara's Susanoo, and bit on it viciously, slowly draining it of its chakra, forcing it to slow down. "Do you think an Aburame trick is going to save you from me?" Madara asked, growing more and more angry with the way these impertinent brats were insulting him by using such ineffective tactics and skills. "Think again." Once again, the 6-path Susanoo flexed its chakra, releasing a powerful pulse that violently pushed all the giant golden beetles away, allowing Madara to continue his chase. Of course, the beetles already did their job, even if Madara was unaware of it. Eventually, the avatar of Konoha reached the edge of the atmosphere. All its occupants gasped in shock at the breathtaking view of the earth below them, and took a second to admire and appreciate how beautiful their planet looked from such an altitude. Of course, a second was all they could afford, as Madara's 6-path Susanoo quickly caught up to them. "End of the chase, children," Madara said, already tasting victory. "Though, I must wonder, where did you plan to go?" Were you thinking in fleeing to another planet? Not that it would be that bad of an idea, since there's no place on Earth where you could escape from my wrath. There were plenty of people next to the site we were fighting on, Naruto stated. Here we can go all out without having to worry of collateral damage. Even if that wasn't the reason behind the battlefield change, it wasn't a lie either. Of course. It shouldn't come as a surprise that ninjas indoctrinated in Hashirama's school of thought would care about saving unworthy lives, Madara said, rolling his eyes. I guess I forgot about how Obito was the first time I met him. Saving unworthy lives? Ten repeated, her face morphing into a grimace of disgust. And we're supposed to believe you want nothing but peace and good for the world? Ignore him, Ten, and focus on the fight, Shikamaru mentally told her. Now that we have him where we want, let's bait him into expending as much chakra and power as possible. The avatar of Konoha rocketed towards Madara's six-path Susanoo at the same time it generated a pair of swords on its purple T-Susanoo arms, ready to deliver a double vertical slash. Madara's six-path Susanoo created yet another lightning-long spear on one of its hands, and raised it to parry the dual strike, which was unable to break through the parry. While the two chakra constructs struggled against the other, the avatar of Konoha cupped its four remaining hands together, summoning yet another tailed beast ball. Madara, however, noticed this and had his Susanoo swat the nascent ball away with its free hand, before pushing the avatar of Konoha back with a brutal kick, followed by a swing of the lightning spear, which broke the great swords when Sasuke attempted to parry it. Yeah, hand-to-hand combat is definitely not a good idea. Let's keep our distance, Shikamaru suggested, as the avatar of Konoha floated away from the blue Susanoo. Madara then made a single-hand seal. Limbo, border jail. While the jutsu seemingly didn't do anything, Hinata gasped as her eyes widened. Those invisible clones again, and he has summoned 4 of them this time, the Hyuga said. Invisible clones? Choji asked. An ability of Madara's Rinnegan, it seems, Naruto interceded. Those clones are as powerful as he is, and can't be seen nor detected through normal means. Hinata can see them with her Tensigen, and I can sense them thanks to my 6 paths chakra. While that sounds worrying, I don't know how those clones can be of any help in a fight like this, Ino mentioned. Suddenly, 4 additional Susanuos appeared seemingly out of nowhere, flanking Madara. Fortunately, those were complete Susanoo rather than 6 paths Susanoo. Ino face-bombed. Me and my big mouth, forget about it. Focus on the fight, Shikamaru told his blonde teammate. Here they come. And indeed, the 4 Limbo clones, each inside a complete Susanoo, barreled towards the avatar of Konoha, each of them carrying a sword on one of its hands. Lion-shaped chakra shrouds that crackled with lightning appeared on the middle hands when they curled into fists, and 3 long claws sprouted from the back of its lower hands, mimicking Tamaki's bladed gauntlets. When the first Susanoo arrived, sword ready to skewer it, the avatar merely moved aside and decked it on its faceplate with a chakra lion-coated first, sending it sprawling down. Immediately after that, a second Susanoo appeared, delivering an upwards diagonal swift. The sword strike was parried with one of the avatar's lower hands, while it stabbed the 3 blades on the Susanoo's face, before sending it backwards with a kick to the chest. Unfortunately, the avatar was unable to dodge the 3rd Susanoo, who slammed its shoulder against the avatar's chest, reeling it backwards, while the 4th Susanoo delivered a powerful kick to the face, sending it flying backwards. While the Konoha ninjas panicked upon taking not 1 but 2 fairly powerful hits, Karen saw an opportunity to help. She commanded the avatar to dispel the lion fists and to aim its hands towards the 2 Susanoos. Adamantine sealing chains. 2 golden chains shot from the extended hands, and arced towards the 2 nearby Susanoo, wrapped themselves around them, pinning their arms to their bodies, and dragging them with the avatar. Meanwhile, the rest of her friends worked on regaining balance, and once they did, the avatar propelled forward, while the 2 Susanoo Limbo clones were still dragged towards it. Sasuke once again summoned 2 swords to the Susanoo arms, while some of his teammates channeled elemental chakra to the blades in order to increase their power. Once the two blue Susanoo were in range, the avatar delivered a dual horizontal chop, leaving a trail of flames and lightning as they moved, obliterating their targets the moment the swords made contact in a storm of elemental fury. "That takes care of those," Naruto said. The blonde could sense how his girlfriend panicked a little. "Yes, but now we need to take care of those." Hinata pointed upwards, and they saw several perfectly round meteors falling towards them. Now they realized the Limbo clones were just a diversion, and while they were fighting them, Madara used Chibaku Tensei to pull several nearby asteroids into several large meteors. "Don't worry guys, leave them to me," Kiba said, excited to finally getting his time to shine, as he commanded the avatar to move towards the incoming meteors. Fong passing Fong. The avatar of Konoha started to spin, slowly at first, but progressively faster, until it turned into a blurry drill of gold and purple. The ninjas inside, however, didn't spin with the chakra construct, remaining completely stationary, much to their relief. As the meteors came closer, the spinning avatar drilled through them, grinding them into small rocks and pebbles that burned up when they re-entered the atmosphere. Despite the number of meteors the rogue Uchiha had created, the avatar didn't lose any momentum and destroyed all of them completely, before it stopped spinning once there were no more. Madara gritted his teeth, and clenched his fist in anger. Images of the green-clad Konoha fool who nearly killed him destroying his meteors replayed in his mind, and felt his blood boil with rage. What happened next didn't help either. "Is that all you have, old man?" Naruto taunted. "You're making me feel kind of bad over the fact that Hinata and I alone couldn't beat you on your own if you're so weak." Not happy with being the one responsible to undo his decades-long plan for world peace and unity, this impertinent brat dared to mock him? To call him weak? It was about time for somebody to give that loudmouth blonde a lesson. With an angry grunt, Madara extended his hands upwards, creating a single marble-sized gravity core. Chibaku Tensei. The gravity core shot upwards, and began to draw asteroids floating around them towards it, forming yet another meteor. This gravity core, however, had been empowered with the combined tailed beast's chakra of all 9 beasts, and thus its strength was much greater than the normal Chibaku Tensei, to the point that Naruto and his friends could feel the gravitational pull. In a few seconds, the nascent planetoid drew enough asteroids to reach the size of the standard Chibaku Tensei, but it didn't stop there and continued to increase its mass and size at a continuous pace, as more asteroids kept slamming against it, much to the Konoha ninjas' growing discomfort and worry. It was growing so big that Madara needed to hold it together with multiple thick wooden vines created by wood release. Once it was done, the Konoha ninjas were looking up to a meteor that could easily house the entirety of Konoha inside it. "Naruto Nizan," Karen stammered, as beads of sweat trickled down her face. "I think you did too good of a job taunting him into going all out," Madara grinned savagely. "Maybe I should have done this from the very beginning and be done with it. Now disappear, you meddlesome insects." And with an arm motion, he sent the gigantic meteor towards the avatar of Konoha. Is that guy insane? If a meteor that size hits the Earth from this altitude, it will wipe out the entire continent at the very least. Sakura said in horror. "That means we can't just dodge it then," Hinata added, trying to stay calm. "It's okay, we don't need to," Naruto said, trying to instill his friends with confidence. "Because we're going to stop it. This is going to be our winning move, guys. Now do as I say." Using the avatar of Konoha, Naruto started to create another tailed beast ball between its hands. "Now, pour elemental chakra into the ball, quickly," Naruto commanded. Shikamaru, Choji, and Tamaki added fire. Sakura and Ino added water. Shino, Kiba, Niji, and Karen added earth. Hinata, Tenten, and Sasuke added lightning, with the latter also adding Amaterasu flames for good measure. Haku added ice. On top of wind, Naruto also added lava, steam, and magnet which he still had from the tailed beast shards within him. Eventually, the tailed beast ball was bursting with elemental chakra, creating an incredibly unstable mix. And now, the final touch, Naruto said, as he sent his own truth-seeking balls into the massive combination. The black orbs merged with the mix, stabilizing it completely, resulting in a huge black sphere with a golden core, with blue sparks of lightning crackling around it, before it was finally fired towards the incoming meteor. 6 paths, Almighty Spirit Blast. The comparatively tiny sphere of destructive chakra slammed against the colossal meteor, struggling against it while slowly digging into it. At first, the meteor didn't appear to stop anytime soon, but little by little, it started to reduce its speed, until it stopped completely. Then, to the sheer joy of the Konoha ninjas, the sphere of destruction, now deep inside the meteor's crust, began to push it back towards Madara. Yes, yes! Ino cheered, and clapped in joy. We're going to do it. As the combined jutsu dug even deeper into the meteor, the gigantic mass of rock started to turn red, as streams of lava shot across the surface, forming small volcanoes, forming rivers of molten rock. Meanwhile, Madara couldn't do anything but watch in both horror and sheer incomprehension how his ultimate attack was pushed back at him. And in his disbelief, he hadn't noticed that he had already spent most of the chakra he had drained from the captive-tailed beasts, and his Susanoo was slowly reversing back to its complete form. How? Madara asked, as the burning meteor slammed into his Susanoo. How can a bunch of brats could dash? The sphere of destruction inside the meteor finally detonated, producing a blast of fiery burning death twice as big as the mass of rock it was buried under. However, the joy of Madara being finally defeated was short-lived as they realized that the explosion continued expanding, and in a few seconds, it would engulf them as well. Fortunately, Shikamaru had already foreseen this as well. Hinata, quickly. Pull all of us towards you, and then form a protective shell around us with your truth-seeking balls, he commanded out loud. Hinata didn't have to be told twice, and did as Shikamaru asked, with Naruto using his chakra arms to help as well. As the 15 teens were smashed against each other in a ball of tangled bodies, Hinata's truth-seeking balls began to form a sphere around them. They would be extremely uncomfortable for a while, but needless to say, if they survived it would be worth it. Earth meanwhile, back on the site where the Ninja Alliance had fought the 10 Tails, the remaining members of the Alliance had their eyes locked into the sky, trying to discern the battle between Madara and the Konoha 15. However, all they could see were brief flashes of light of different colors, which they could assume were jutsu being thrown at each other. Needless to say, the fact that they couldn't see if the Konoha 15 were winning or not was quite frustrating. Then, the ninjas on Earth were blinded by a flash of light so bright and potent, the entirety of the sky turned white for a few seconds, blowing every cloud in the sky away. It was then followed by a pulse of chakra, and a deafening thunder. What the hell was that? Jiraiya asked, praying to whatever deity could hear him that it meant that Naruto and his friends had finally won. Hey, Fu, wait. Jiraiya heard Rin's voice said. Turning around, Jiraiya saw the former Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails running away. Looking in the direction he was running for, he realized her reasons to do so, and chased after her. As Fu ran towards the falling tailed beasts, she couldn't help but feel weirdness at her inability to fly. Those wings might have not been part of her body, but for somebody who learned how to fly before she could learn how to walk, not being able to soar the skies felt wrong. She felt empty. Incomplete. As if something had been stripped off of her. Something very important. And in a way, she was right. Thankfully, she wasn't foreign to running either. Even if she usually flew to any place too far away to simply walk, she was no foreign to running, given that running was the best way to build stamina up. And if there was something the green-haired girl had in Abu Dance, it was stamina. The tailed beasts finally crashed down, producing a huge thundering noise, followed by a small tremor, while raising a huge cloud of dirt and dust. Fu's heart clenched, worrying for the worst. Could tailed beasts survive a fall from so high into the air? However, as the cloud of smoke slowly dispelled and she could see some movement, she started to ease up. And then the calm turned to excitement and joy when she could finally see the form of Chomei shifting along her siblings. Chomei! Chomei! Fu cried. Alerted, the giant beetle turned around and saw her former human host. Fu! Chomei, she repeated. Once she was close enough, Fu pumped chakra onto her legs and leaped towards the seven-tailed beast with her arms spread wide open as a few tears dropped from her eyes. Chomei spread her four upper arms as well, catching Fu in a hug just as she came close to her. Oh Chomei! Fu cried as she hugged the giant beetle. I was so worried. I thought I had lost you forever. You were worried? Chomei asked, incredulous. Girl, I'm immortal. What about you? I thought I had lost you. You got me extracted out of your body, yet here you are, alive and kicking. I'm not really sure of what had happened, but I'm sure somebody can explain to me later, Fu said. They stayed like that, just enjoying each other's company, as the rest of the allied ninjas started to gather and get close around the group of tailed beasts. Albeit not too close, given that many of them harbored some well-founded fear that the beasts might attack, even if they looked passive right now. Few of them, moved by curiosity, but still keeping some distance, dared to get closer to the almost mythical and powerful monsters. You know, even if we've been apart for less than an hour, Chomei began. It felt like an eternity since I saw and heard you, girl. Why yeah, me too, Fu cried, her lip quivering. Hey, Chomei, you probably will say no given that you're finally free, but go back with you so we can stay together? Chomei finished Fu's line. Say no more, girl. Fu gasped and looked at Chomei with sparkling eyes full of joy. Really? Of course. What are you going to do without me and my lucky charm? Chomei said, and the two of them laughed. Unbelievable, Son Goku said, as the giant ape shook his head. For the first time in almost a century we're completely free, and you want to go back to that human girl? Don't be so quick to turn humans down, son, Chomei replied. I know our history with them isn't that great, but hey, maybe you just need to find the right human. I think I'm going to pass, Son Goku said. Chomei merely shrugged. Son Goku, a voice said. The four tails, surprised, looked down and saw the familiar red-headed old man that had been his living prison for more than 4 decades. Rashi, Son Goku said, trying to keep a maybe not friendly, but still calm demeanor. What do you want? If you're worried that I might want you inside me like that girl with the bug, Rashi began, and allowed himself to show a taunting smirk. Well, I'm here to dispel all of your fears. I can assure you, the idea of having you inside my body again isn't something that I seek to. Heh, the red-furred beast chuckled. What do you seek then, old man? This will be the last time we're going to see each other, Rashi stated. Son Goku didn't make any remark about how he's not going to miss the old man. Our relationship was, to put it bluntly, awful. Except, perhaps, this final battle, when we finally fought as a team for the first time. Looking back, I realized that I could have made some things much better, but that's irrelevant now. I was given a second chance, and I don't plan to waste it. You're rambling, old man. Can you stop fooling around and get to the point? Son Goku impatiently asked. So rude, Rashi said, shaking his head. Anyway, I just wanted to say goodbye, and, at least part on good terms. Or at least not on bad terms. So, what do you say? Well, Son Goku began. Guess I could make you this concession, provided that you're being honest about not seeing each other again. You can trust me on that, Son Goku. Son Goku nodded. Very well then. Goodbye, Rashi. Hope you enjoy what years you still have left. As Rashi and Son Goku talked, Duki appeared to be in deep thought. He blinked once before suddenly growing excited. I found Naruto, said Gyuki's voice all of a sudden. I sense him to the west. Yeah, me too. Chomei added, followed by the rest of the tailed beasts agreeing as well. What about the others? Like Shino? Can you tell me if they're okay too? Fu asked. I'm sorry girl, I can only sense Naruto, and that's because of a piece of my chakra inside him. I can't tell about the others, Chomei apologized. Wait, can't you enter Sage mode to try and sense them? Hey, you're right. Thanks for reminding me of that. Fu replied, as she jumped out of Komiai's embrace, landing on the ground, before sitting in the lotus position and closed her eyes. Alright, let's go. As Fu gathered nature energy, her ability to sense chakra began to span little by little. She focused her attention to the west, and indeed, she found them. Naruto and Hinata were the easiest ones to sense, followed by the rest. And much to her relief, all of them were alive, even if they appeared to be close to total exhaustion, given their low chakra levels. Yes, I found them. And they're all right. Fu cried out loud. They survived the battle. Naturally, her good news were met with a round of loud cheers. Come on people, let's go and find them. They're heroes of this war, and need to be treated as such. Jiraiya energically stated, to another wave of cheers. Fu was about to stand up and rejoin the group, until she sensed something that felt her blood freeze in her veins. No, Valley of the End from the sky, an unidentified object fell. It was black with a slight purple gleam, perfectly spherical, of about 10 meters in radius. Its falling speed was fast, almost looking like a meteor that threatened to wipe out the entire valley once it smashed against the ground. However, the closer it moved towards the ground, the slower its descent became, almost as if some invisible force was controlling it. The sphere's velocity continued to decrease, to the point that the damage a violent impact would cause would be minimal. However, the falling object didn't even touch the ground, but stopped completely mid-air, just a few centimeters above the ground, and stayed like that for a few seconds. Then, for seemingly no reason, cracks started to form and spread around the object, almost as if it was an egg ready to hatch. But rather than cracking like an egg, it burst like a balloon, dropping its contents, 15 teenagers, to the ground, resulting in a pile of entangled bodies and limbs. Ugh, hide, move. I can't breathe with all of you on top of me. You guys are crushing me. My leg. Little by little, the human pile of bodies slowly untangled themselves from each other, as they weakly crawled away. Some of them laid on their backs, and started to breathe heavily. Others sat down, and checked themselves for possible injuries. Others checked on their friends. And one of them found the strength to stay up, and check their surroundings. The Valley of the End, Sasuke said, his eyes locked onto the Hashirama and Madara statues that flanked the waterfall, the unmistakable hallmarks of the place. Good, that means they weren't far away from Konoha or the Ninja Alliance HQ. Another ninja stood up, this one Naruto. Though rather than checking the place, he was making sure his friends were okay. They appeared exhausted, and their levels of chakra were pretty low, especially the members of Team Guy, who were sprawled on the ground, as if they were in constant pain, but none of them appeared to have serious injuries. Naruto sighed in relief. Good, it seems they're all fine. Good job, Hinata Haim. You saved us from that explosion. Hinata was among those lying on the ground, breathing heavily. Upon hearing her boyfriend praising her, she merely raised a hand and gave a thumbs up, before dropping the arm again. Naruto opened his mouth to speak or ask something, but was interrupted when a loud noise came from the sky. Almost like a thunder, but not quite. Naruto-kun, look! Haku said, as he pointed to the direction the noise came from. The blonde turned around, and far into the distance, he saw the 9 planetoids Madara had locked the 9-tailed beast inside falling to the ground. They broke apart as they fell, revealing the tailed beasts inside them. The fall would probably be pretty painful, but nothing they wouldn't survive. A smile spread across his lips. If the tailed beasts had been released, it could only mean one thing. Madara was finally dead. They did it. They finally did it. The war was finally over. Naruto let out an immense sigh of relief he didn't know he was holding, and plopped down as a wave of exhaustion washed over his body. Finally, the Jinchuriki said. As the group caught their breath, Kiba dragged himself towards Tamaki. Hey, Kiba said, wincing a little. Even talking proved to be a little painful. Hey, she replied, sounding tired. Even then, she smiled at him. What's up? You okay? I little tired and sore, but that's expected. I'll live, Kiba said, trying to sound though. His demeanor then sobered up. Hey, Tamaki, remember when we were fighting those 10 Tails clones, and I said I needed to tell you something important, but you told me that it wasn't the moment? Yeah, I do remember that, Tamaki said, smiling good-naturedly, as she dragged herself towards him as well. And I think this moment is much better. Kiba chuckled awkwardly. Well, that's nice to dash. The Inuzuka was suddenly silenced when Tamaki lunged at him and planted a kiss on his lips. While it only lasted a couple seconds, but it felt much longer for them. They finally broke the kiss and stared at each other, their faces reddened, and breathing heavily. Kiba just started at her with wide eyes. So, Tamaki began, wiping a strand of hair from her face. Was that what you wanted to talk to me about? Kiba dumbly nodded. Shino, who had watched the exchange from afar, merely turned their back at them and adjusted his glasses. About time, he said, low enough for nobody else to hear. While those who had witnessed the birth of a new couple congratulated Kiba and Tamaki, others meanwhile wondered what they were going to do now that the war was finally over. One of them was Haku, who turned to their unofficial leader for answers. Naruto-kun? Haku repeated, as he walked towards him. What are we going to do now? Should we return to Konoha? Or should we make our way back to the main army? Oh, right. They probably shouldn't stay much longer there. They all have friends or family wondering about their well-being. The fact that the tailed beasts have been released should tell them of their victory, but they should know that all of them were alive and well. With a little effort, he managed to get back on his feet. Okay, first of all let's rest for a bit. A medic should check on Tenten, Niji, and Lee. They appear to be pretty beat up, Naruto said. Karen quickly went to help her boyfriend and his teammates, followed by Ino. If somebody can lend a hand to Hinataheim it would be okay. No, I'm fine. No medic need to waste their attention on me, Hinata protested. My body aches and I'm a bit exhausted, but I'll pull it off. What Hinata said made Naruto realize something. Oh, I almost forgot. If you guys need a refill of chakra, just ask. Remember that I'm an universal chakra donor, and I still have plenty to spare. Maybe you should come and give us a hand with these three, Nii-san, Karen asked, before shooting her boyfriend a disapproving glare. Even with the fox's regenerative power, opening up to the 7th gate and keeping it like that for so long did a number on their bodies. There were too much at stake, Karen. We couldn't hold back, Niji protested. What he said, Tenten added. Besides, if you want to blame somebody, blame Shikamaru. It was his plan after all. Hey, the young Nara protested. Come on guys, Shikamaru's plan lead us to victory. To victory over one of the most powerful ninjas who ever lived, Ino said in defense of her teammate, before giggling. That's going to look so great on our resume. Stop wasting time with pointless babble, Sasuke said, shooting a harsh glare at them. We aren't done yet. We aren't done yet? Sakura asked, confused. Sasuke-kun, what do you mean? We've won. Madara is dead. The war is over. Sasuke, however, shook his head. There's something you don't know. We need to find Madara's body and destroy it completely. Only then the war will be truly over. Madara's body? Kiba asked, and snorted dismissively. Akamaru, lying beside him, whined a little. I doubt that there's a body to begin with after that giant-ass explosion. Yeah. Unlike us, he didn't have truth-seeking balls to use as protection, Tamaki said. He's nothing but ashes now. As Naruto spread some of his chakra around and the medics healed everyone, they started to get back on their feet little by little. Soon they would be ready to leave. As Karen helped Tenten on her feet, she suddenly gasped, her eyes opened wide, almost dropping the girl on the ground. No way, the redhead said, as her face turned pale. Karen? You okay, girl? Tenten asked, raising an eyebrow. You're worrying everybody, are you Karen was silenced when something exploded in the lake, producing a brief rain that showered over them, just as something leaped out of the water and landed on the ground with the force of a meteor, raising a cloud of smoke and producing a booming thunderclap. Everybody turned around to the source of the disturbance. However, the other sensors followed Karen, looking at the cloud of dust with a mix of awe and terror, already aware of who was there. Did you really think that I would be defeated by a bunch of brats? When the cloud dispelled, the members of the Konoha 15 could see a heavily wounded and exhausted, but very much alive Madara Uchiha. His Rinnegan eyes pierced them with an intense and hate-filled glare. What? Choji asked in shock, trembling a little. How can he? There's no way. No fucking way. Kiba protested. You were engulfed by that giant explosion. No one can survive that. Why can't this guy just die already? Ino said, as she angrily stomped on the ground. I have to admit, that stunt you pulled on me was pretty clever. And for a group so young, you're unexpectedly powerful. For a moment, I believed I was truly gone. And that's the second time in a way too short span of time that somebody makes me feel fear for my life, Madara said, gritting his teeth. But like that green-clad fool, you also failed to kill me. And you will pay for it with your lives. Don't you dare insult Gai-sensei. Lee angrily protested, as tears began to stream from his eyes. Yes. We will finish what he started, right here, and right now. Tenten added, as she unsheathed a pair of long swords from a sealing scroll. Ah yes, the man had students, Madara said, remembering Lee. Don't worry. I can assure you, you'll be seeing your beloved sensei really soon. Niji didn't say anything, and just scanned the Uchiha from head to toe, assessing his state. His chakra is dangerously low. But it's slowly building up. I believe that with a cautious approach, we can kill him. However, Niji himself and everybody else were also low on chakra as well. Naruto sharing his had been of help, but they didn't have enough for a prolonged battle. This needed to end as quickly as possible. He'll try to use the Rinnegan to steal our chakra in order to replenish his own, Sasuke informed, as he unsheathed his Shoto. That means you should be extremely careful with ninjutsu. The Preta path also allows to steal chakra directly from the victim through physical contact, Naruto added. So, let's try not to let him touch us for long. Naruto tried to activate his Kurama chakra cloak, but when he tried, a wave of pain washed over his body, making him double down, as the chakra cloak flickered for a couple seconds before it vanished. Naruto-kun. Hinata quickly went to check on her boyfriend. Are you okay? I'm fine, just shit, I have even less chakra than I thought, Naruto said, as he stood up once again. Kurama. I need some help here. Kurama. Can you hear me? Naruto mentally asked, but got no answer. He could sense that the fox was still inside him, and he wasn't ignoring the blonde. However, just like his, Kurama's chakra level was dangerously low. Naruto deduced he must have passed out. Heh. Guess even a tailed beast can run out of chakra. We're on our own now. No plan you make, or any precaution you take will grant you victory over me. I can sense how exhausted and sore you are. And unlike me, your wounds won't close on their own and your chakra won't regenerate, Madara said, as he felt his confidence being boosted by those words. He brought his hands together and weaved multiple seals at a blinding speed. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Despite his low chakra, Madara cast a deceptively large fireball at the group of Konoha ninjas, forcing all of them to jump in different directions in order to avoid it, scattering across the area. Just as he expected. Now, he only needed to capture somebody with potent chakra to drain and replenish his own. Naruto was the most obvious target, and thus the one they would expect him to target. Fortunately, there was another Uzumaki among them, even if her chakra wasn't as powerful as Naruto's. Pinpointing her position with his chakra sense, he aimed his hand at her, and let the jutsu bring it to her. Bansho Tenin. Karen squeaked in shock as an invisible force quickly pulled her towards Madara's outstretched hand. More as a reflex rather than a deliberated action, a chain of chakra shoot from Karen's back, the redhead praying that somebody would grab it. Fortunately for her, her prayers were answered as Choji and Tamaki managed to grab the chain and pull backwards with all the strength they could muster, yanking the redhead back, giving her an admittedly painful whiplash. Though not that she was going to complain about that. Thank you guys. Karen stammered, as she adjusted her glasses. Meanwhile, Madara saw how a green blur barreled towards him, raising his hand just to catch a powerful fist covered in bandages. Rock Lee continued his assault, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that were either parried and blocked by the Uchiha. Despite this, Madara was being pushed back and was given no chances to attack. Rock Lee fainted, but much to Madara's confusion, he didn't attack, but vanished before his very eyes. And just behind Lee was a living drill shooting right at him. Fong passing Fong. All Madara could do in such short notice was to cross his arms in front of his face in order to block the Inuzuka's signature ability, which grind his arms drawing blood, while violently pushed him backwards, landing on his back. And as soon as he did, a large shadow was cast over him. The Uchiha watched how the bloated form of Choji Akimichi was about to crush him under his weight. Meat bullet tank. Madara rolled to the side just as Choji's spherical shape slammed into the group, opening a crater onto the ground. Choji, however, continued rolling at the long-haired Uchiha, who continued onto the defensive. That's it, until a sudden feeling of paralysis washed over his body. Mind disturbance jutsu. What? Madara asked, as his body froze, as he sensed the source of the jutsu to a Nairobi blonde he recognized as a Yamanaka. I got him. Ino announced. Everyone, attack now. Not just Choji, but those who were close to Madara, being Kiba, Lee, and Sakura lunged at him now that he was finally immobilized and defenseless. Or so they believed. Shinra Tensei. Madara released a powerful repulsive shockwave that not only pushed his attackers backwards, but Ino as well, breaking the annoying psychic jutsu. Some of those caught by the attack had been landed on the ground, while others had been launched into the water. Though, they were very much still alive. 5 seconds until he can use Deva Path abilities again. Naruto reminded his friends, as he lunged himself at Madara, wind blade in hand. Attack now. Don't give him any time to breathe. Of all the bull-headed fools I've met in my lifetime, none compares to you lot, the Uchiha said in disgust, as he generated a black chakra rod from his hand, and raised it just in time to parry a blow from Naruto. Well, these bull-headed fools are the one who are going to put an end to your reign of terror for good. Naruto fired back. As he and Madara continued to trade blows, he could see and feel small cuts opening on his skin, trickling with thin trails of blood, despite the fact that he wasn't being hit. That blade is made of wind chakra, which gives it a range greater than that judged by the eye. An interesting weapon. Did he create? Oh, of course, I can't believe I didn't think in that immediately. Madara thought, as a savage grin spread around his face, making Naruto uneasy. They traded a couple more blows, until Madara feigned a fumble, allowing Naruto a clear opening to strike, which the blonde naturally took advantage of. Just like Madara expected, as he held a hand protectively. "You fell for it, fool." "Gakido," Madara said, as he created a wall of white light. "Even if it's not ninjutsu, I can absorb the chakra you're channeling through your sword." But Madara's face fell when, much to his confusion, he didn't absorb the sword of wind, but it phased through him harmlessly. "What the genjutsu?" Madara hissed, now tracking the source of the illusion towards Haku, standing at a safe distance from the battle. "And you think I'm so stupid I didn't realize of that?" Naruto said, as he jumped backwards. "Hinata Niji." As Naruto disengaged Madara, the two Hyuga cousins appeared seemingly out of nowhere, and prepared to launch a flurry of palm strikes at their enemy, just as a thread of shadow quickly crept behind him. However, Madara, expecting such an ambush and his fine chakra sensing, allowed him to notice Shikamaru's jutsu. "You're not catching me with the same trick twice, Ajirato," Madara yelled as he jumped into the air, avoiding Shikamaru's jutsu. Two pair of arms burst from under his real ones. The new arms opened up, revealing a myriad of mechanical weapons. Die! The sound of shots being fired filled the air as a barrage of missiles and chakra blasts rained towards the Konoha ninjas, once again, forcing them to scatter in order to avoid the shower of death. A chain of blasts ensued as the missiles and chakra beams crashed against the ground, sending pebbles and pieces of rock everywhere, while raising clouds of dust and ash. A barrage of shuriken flew out of said clouds towards Madara, filling the air with a high-pitched whirring noise. The Uchiha, still airbowed, used his black chakra rod to parry and deflect the incoming steel stars, but the lack of mobility meant that some of them managed to at least graze his skin, making even more cuts that would consume more of his chakra to close. The moment Madara's feet touched the ground, his Rinnegan saw Sasuke rocketing out of the already dispelling clouds of smoke, gripping his katana with both hands, the blade pointed at the older Uchiha as he ran. Lightning release, Thunder Blade. As Sasuke channeled his pull towards his sword, it started to crackle with electricity. "Try to absorb the chakra of this sword and see what happens." In response, Madara ran towards the incoming Sasuke, ready to meet him head-on. Sasuke lunged his lightning sword forward, while Madara sidestepped, and let Sasuke's own momentum carry him closer, before Madara sank his improvised weapon into Sasuke's heart. One less PE dash. Madara's triumph was short-lived, as Sasuke smirked, before exploding into a mass of beetles, buzzing angrily as they flew towards the rogue Uchiha, forcing him to fall back once again. However, before he could move any further, he sensed a little tremor at his feet, just a second before Sakura burst from underground, one of her fists winded back and glowing with chakra. "Take this." In his compromised position, the Uchiha was unable to dodge and the fist connected. While Sakura's current low chakra meant that her punches were nowhere near as strong as when he was at her 100%, the punch still packed enough power to send him flying into the air, leaving a thin trail of blood behind. "Shit. Those insects were messing with my sensing ability," the flying Uchiha realized, given that he should have noticed that Sasuke wasn't the real one and that Sakura was hiding underground. Despite the pain that gripped his lower jaw, Madara tried to regain balance while mid-air in order to fall on his feet. Unfortunately for him, his enemies didn't plan to leave him a single moment to catch his breath. Lightning release, multiple thunder palms. Guessing Madara's trajectory, Hinata flew into the air and intercepted the flying Uchiha before he could fall to the ground, and delivered a flurry of lightning-enhanced palm strikes to him, forcing to move her sore arms as fast as she could, before finishing the combo with a palm strike to the Uchiha scud, which sent him barreling down towards the ground, pushed by a lightning bolt. "Keep attacking. Don't let him not even a moment to rest," Hinata urged. Madara pushed through the pain and jumped back to his feet just to see Niji and Rock Lee charging towards him. Adamantine sealing chains. Before he could do anything, a chain of chakra appeared from behind and wrapped around his neck, leaving him unable to breathe. Well done, Karen. Niji praised as he and his teammate, now subordinate, reached Madara. This is for Gai-sensei. Lee cried. Madara tried to activate the Preta path in order to absorb the chain made of chakra, but between Karen yanking him backwards and Niji and Rock Lee delivering a storm of punches and finger strikes, he was unable to. Pain started to build up as each of Lee's punches and kicks created a new bruise, and each of Niji's finger strikes closed a Tenketsu down. He tried to fight Beak, but between Karen cutting his breath and Lee and then Niji's merciless beatdown, he was helpless. Shinra Tensei. Once again, Madara was forced to resort to one of his most powerful Rinnegan jutsu to get those pests away from him. He didn't need his eyes or chakra sensing to realize that his enemies were expecting that, and were going to take advantage of the 5-second window in order to come at him with all what they had. That's why he needed to be faster and attack before they did. In less than a second, his hands blurred through several hand seals. Wood release, deep forest bloom. Large green vines burst from both the ground and the water, covering a good chunk of the battlefield in green, albeit Sasuke could notice that this attack was much smaller in scale as the one Madara had used against the second division, probably due his lower chakra levels. Flowers quickly sprouted around the vines, and began to pump clouds of yellow pollen into the air. Don't breathe that, Sasuke warned, as he covered his mouth with his forearm. You'll be knocked out if you do. Destroy those flowers. Sasuke channeled chakra through his sword, setting it on fire, before dashing towards a nearby flower and destroying it with a vertical slash. The others also focused their attention on the flowers, following Sasuke's advice, and tried to destroy them as fast as they could. No matter the time or the situation, people always seem to think that mere flowers are something more dangerous than me, Madara said, as he dashed towards Shino, who was directing his swarm to a nearby flower. However, before Madara could reach the Aburame, he was intercepted by the least likely of adversaries, two small balls of fur that attempted to slash his exposed skin before he swatted them back. What the cats? The rogue Uchiha asked in confusion, upon seeing the two small felines in front of him, one dressed in a blue kimono, the other in a red one, hissing angrily at him. I see. Ninja cats. But who dash feline aerial bomber? That moment of distraction was all what Tamaki needed, who leaped towards Madara, ready to smash him with her rear. However, Madara was able to catch her by her legs just before the attack could connect, and tossed her back. Tamaki made a backflip mid-air, landing on all fours, before lunging at Madara, ready to slash him with her bladed gauntlets. And a girl who fights like a cat, Madara deadpanned, as he parried her blows with his black chakra rod. All of a sudden, Madara disengaged Tamaki and backflipped away from her just in time to avoid Akamaru leaping at him, ready to bite his throat off, as well as Kiba, who attempted to skewer him with a pair of kunai. And while Madara fought, another of the Konoha ninjas was preparing a way to counter Madara's latest jutsu in a single blow. I think can counter this attack on my own. Brace yourselves, though, Haku said, as he started to make hand seals. Ice release, walking winter. A white aura flared around Haku. Cold wind started to blow from Haku's position, a layer of frost started to spread around him, while the air started to condense into a frigid fog. His friends shuddered as the cold wind started to spread, but they endured. Soon, the vines and flowers fell victim to the ever-spreading cold, as frost gathered around them, killing them, and stopping the stream of pollen before they could build up into something harder to deal with. And I'm not done yet, Haku said, as he needed more chakra, this time in front of him. Ice release, crushing glacier. Haku slammed his foot down, creating a row of rising large chunks of ice with very sharp edges in Madara's direction. While one would have expected Madara to try to abort the jutsu, the Uchiha wasn't somebody that didn't learn from experience. I know what you expect me to react. And it won't work. Madara shouted, and much to everybody's surprise, he actually ran towards Haku's attack instead of trying to dodge it. Madara jumped towards the row of ice chunks, carefully avoiding its sharp edges, and run across them towards the surprised last member of the Yuki clan. However, before Madara could bridge the gap, a flying Hinata dived to intercept him, spinning on her feet as she moved. Heavenly spin. Madara was about to jump over the spinning sphere of chakra. However, he felt a pang of pain inside his head as his body was paralyzed. Realized it was the Yamanaka again, he flexed his chakra to break the jutsu. However, Ino had already achieved what she wanted to do, and Madara didn't have enough time to get out of the way before the spinning sphere slammed into him, blasting him backwards, bouncing several times on his back, before he landed into the water. Taking advantage of the situation, Haku quickly ran towards the lake's edge, as he started to make hand seals. "I'll freeze him in solid ice and let him die of both sheer cold and lack of oxygen," Haku claimed, as he slammed his hands onto the shore of the lake. A sheet of ice started to quickly spread out as Haku began to freeze the water. However, before he could finish the jutsu, Madara burst from underwater with great force, raising a wave, sending chunks of ice everywhere, and knocking Haku backwards. The Uchiha glared at the ice release user with hate-filled eyes, and dashed towards him. "Haku!" Tenten cried, as she unsealed a pair of axes from one of her many sealing scrolls, and intercepted Madara in time, parrying his black chakra rod with one of her axes while delivering a swing with the other one, which the Uchiha grabbed with his free bare hand, drawing some blood. If the pain bothered Madara, he didn't show it. Tenten released the axe Madara was holding before suddenly disengaging him and jumped backwards. Madara also jumped back just in time to avoid a guillotine kick from Rock Lee that came from above, hitting with such force it opened a small crater on the ground. A spike of chakra alerted him from another attack. While he was mid-air, he backflipped, landed on his hand, and twisted his wrist to spin his body and propel himself even further backwards, allowing him to dodge the shuriken covered in Amaterasu flames Sasuke had tossed in his direction. However, that was as far as he could dodge. Rasengan. In his compromised position, he was unable to dodge the blonde's attack, who closed the gap between them at an imperceptible speed, charging a sphere of destructive chakra in his right hand which he slammed against Madara's gut. The Rasengan exploded, blasting the rogue Uchiha backwards, his body spiraling mid-air until it violently crashed against a rock wall with a loud boom, before finally dropping to the ground with a dry thud, alongside several chunks of stone that had broken from the rock wall. The rest of Naruto's friends all landed besides him, their eyes fixed on the spot Madara's body had fallen, watching expectantly the result of the attack. Naruto didn't need to see them to realize that they were all close to their limits. "Is he dead?" Choji asked. Hinata shook her head. If that was the case, his chakra would have disappeared completely. And indeed, with a primal yell, Madara crawled back to his feet, pushing away the rocks that were half burying his body. "Oh, come on. What does it take for this guy to drop dead?" Karen screeched, clearly at her wit's end. "He can't be human. No normal ninja can withstand so much punishment and still be able to go on." Tamaki despaired. "Human? Normal ninja?" Madara snarled as he dragged his feet forward, while grabbing an injury on his side with one arm, the other falling limply beside his body. "You insult me, brat. Do you have any idea of everything I did, the risks I took, the lengths I went, to achieve all this power? The culmination of a work of several lifetimes. Do you really think that I'm going to let all that work be destroyed by a bunch of naive kids like you?" Naruto looked at Madara with pity, and shook his head. "Is power that important to you? To the point of sending the world into chaos and ruining the lives of thousands of people? Just so you can claim the ultimate power?" Spoken like a true child with no experience of the world's cruel nature, Madara spat in disgust. "You probably see yourselves as heroes, protecting your home and loved ones from the big bad villain. But here's the thing, brat, good, evil, heroes, villains, none of those exist. The only division that exists is between the powerful and the weak. The former shape the world as they see fit, and the latter do nothing but lower their heads and follow what they're told. Power is the only thing that matters in this world. Well, I have to admit that all the extremes you went for power paid off, Naruto said, earning a few odd glares from his friends. You're, by far, the most powerful ninja who ever lived. Though I'm not sure how you'd measure up against Kurama's old man, the Sage of the Six Paths. He was a pretty tough guy from what the furball told me. Anyway, I'm getting off track. What I mean is, for all that power you managed to get, it isn't doing you any good. What do you have? A home? A country? Friends? Family? Anything to call your own? For all our weakness, every single one of us have all those things. And that's why you will never win against us, Madara. We fight for something greater than us. You fight only for your own. Hell, you might not even know what you're fighting for anymore. Ah, the virtues of love and friendship. You sound so much like Hashirama, you make me want to hurl, Madara seethed. Yes, you probably have a lot of things you cherish. And one day, you will lose all of them, because somebody stronger than you will come and take them away from you, while all you can do is watch impotently. Such thing already happened. I had to fight against people much stronger than I was who threatened to take away my friends and loved ones. And in some cases, they succeeded, Naruto admitted, as his gaze grew a little sadder. But you know what? I'm not afraid of people stronger than I am. Because I know that I won't have to face them alone. And just like how I beat them, I will beat you too. Love might not be able to be used like a weapon, but it does bring people together. Because we might be weak on our own, but together, we can do anything. Naruto wasn't expecting to convince Madara with his admittedly corny speech about love and friendship, but he definitely wasn't expecting to anger the rogue Uchiha to such point. His breathing was starting to become heavier and louder as his anger reached critical point. Hearing your words makes me want to rip your tongue out and make you eat it. Madara bellowed. Love. What's love worth? Nothing. The love I felt for my clan didn't stop them from turning their backs on me. The love I felt for Izuna didn't save him from Tobirama's steel. Bansho Tenin. Madara thrust a hand forward, and the blonde was overtaken by a feeling of weightlessness, before being yanked towards the older Uchiha at an extremely fast speed. Despite the suddenness of the moment, Naruto was able to react, if barely, and made his favorite hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several bursts of smoke obscured Naruto for a couple seconds, and when the smoke disappeared, a foursome of clones was around the original, all of them sharing the same momentum created by Madara's Bansho Tenin. The clones managed to use said momentum to their advantage, and prepared to attack Madara. Muttering a curse, the rogue Uchiha took a few steps backwards as the clones arrived. He grabbed the first one by the neck, and tried to absorb his chakra before another one reaching him, forcing the Uchiha to destroy the first clone, as he created yet another black rod from his palm, and used it to stab the second clone in his face, destroying it as well. While he was doing this, Naruto and his two remaining clones launched themselves at Madara from different sides. Madara, however, was already prepared. Ajirato. Under Madara's arms grew an additional pair, and with his four arms, he grabbed Naruto and the clones by the neck, choking them. Now give me that chakra of yours. Gakido. As Madara prepared to drain Naruto of his chakra, he noticed too late a small tremor under his feet. Just as Naruto and his two clones disappeared, the real Naruto burst from underground, and delivered a savage punch on Madara's chin, sending the evil Uchiha tumbling backwards. With his concentration broken, the extra arms disappeared. They were all clones. How I didn't sense Madara began to angrily ponder, before he noticed something wrong with his chakra. A very small disturbance created by a genjutsu, so small he hasn't noticed it. He tracked the source of chakra towards the ninja with the ice release. 10-10, now. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the pain of his lower jaw, Madara regained his balance by making a backflip, and focused his Rinnegan eyes forward. and said eyes opened wide in shock upon seeing a massive shuriken flying towards him, way too close for him to dodge. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of his face. Several shuriken embedded themselves into his arms and shoulders, while others passed by him leaving gashes that quickly began to bleed. Konoha Whirlwind. Madara felt a foot smashing against the back of his head, forcing his upper body to snap forward and dropping his guard. And as he did, his eyes saw Neji and Hinata in front of him, and rained a storm of palm strikes and finger jabs upon him, the attack perfectly coordinated so they wouldn't get on each other's way. Ice Release, Rising Ice Pillar. Hinata and Neji disengaged and jumped backwards as the ground around Madara quickly froze, before a column of ice shot upwards, launching the Uchiha high into the sky, screaming in pain. Choji rushed forward as he made a hand seal. Partial multi-size jutsu. Choji's arms grew to giant size, and used them to crush Madara as if he was going to kill a fly. Despite the pain, however, Madara was able to regain balance mid-air, and prepared to counter Choji's attack. Azurado. Madara summoned the Azura Path's additional arms again, and used them to stop Choji's enlarged hands before they could crush him. Choji struggled to crush Madara, but the Uchiha's strength still matched his own. You'll have to do better than that. It seems that you also have quite a lot of chakra left, Akimichi. Gaki Dash, Fire Release, Great Flame Jutsu. Water Release, Water Wall. As Madara prepared to absorb Choji's chakra, he was unable to stop the dual streams of fire and water launched by Shikamu and Ino, respectively. The combo hit him squarely, once again sending him backwards. Karen took a step forward, deciding it was her time to act, and aimed a hand at the flying Uchiha. Adamantine Sealing Chains. A single chain of chakra shot from Karen's hand, quickly reaching the last remaining Akatsuki and wrapped itself around his body. Using her chakra-enhanced strength, Karen gave a mighty pull, sending the Uchiha flying in the opposite direction. Sakura, get ready, the reed head said. Sakura merely nodded, as she clenched her fist, a fire-like coat of chakra enveloping it. When Madara was about to reach her, the Pinkette delivered a devastating haymaker at the Uchiha, slamming it against the ground with such force, it opened a crater. Before he had the chance to get up, Kiba rushed forward, followed by Tamaki, Shino, and Akamaru. Our turn. Come on guys. Fang passing Fang. Cross Flash. Insect Clone Jutsu. Kiba, Tamaki, and Akamaru blurred past Madara, leaving even more wounds and gashes on his body as they slashed him, pushing him into a different direction with each strike. Shino and his two insect clones would also deliver punches, kicks, and kunai stabs just before and after his teammates attacked. Then, they disengaged and jumped away as the sound of crackling electricity reached their ears. Lightning Release, Thunder Blade. Madara was so dazed and his senses completely numb by the constant pain that he didn't sense nor see where did Sasuke came from, before the Konoha loyal Uchiha ran his electrified sword through his body, the steel piercing his flesh and the electricity paralyzing his muscles. URK. Madara gurgled, as he choked on his one blood rising up his throat. And finally, taking advantage of Madara's predicament, Naruto ran towards his hated enemy, wind blade in hand. Madara, your reckless pursuit and lust for power has caused untold misery and suffering to thousands of people across the continent, but you won't cause any more pain. We will make sure of it. Naruto said, as he channeled most of his remaining chakra into his wind blade, which glowed with a bright white light, before delivering an horizontal swipe at Madara's neck. Madara's head was separated from his body, and fell to the ground, rolling for a couple meters before it lost all momentum. Sasuke then stopped channeling lightning chakra through his blade and pulled it out of Madara's body. His headless body stayed on his feet for another moment, before it, too, slumped on the ground like a puppet whose strings had been cut, lifeless. For a moment, an absolute silence reigned supreme, with only Naruto's heavy breath disrupting it. Naruto's grip on his wind blade faltered, dropping the weapon to the ground, before he himself fell on his knees. Sasuke dropped his sword and rushed towards the Uzumaki, quickly catching him before the blonde could hit the ground. The rest of the Konoha ninjas ran towards him as well. Naruto. Naruto-kun. You got him, man. You got him good. All his friends quickly piled upon him, wrapping their arms around him, and eventually, around each other, finally being allowed to revel on the sweet feeling of victory. Heh, thanks, guys. And hey, I may have delivered the killing blow, but I wouldn't have done it on my own. It was a team effort, Naruto weakly said. But, could you lessen on the hugs? You're making me kind of hard to breathe. They muttered quick apologies as they removed themselves from the blonde, until only Hinata was close to him, though in her case, Naruto wasn't bothered by her close presence for obvious reasons. As they moved away, the adrenaline of the fight slowly disappeared as pain and exhaustion made their way to their bodies, prompting most of them to just lie down and rest. Surprisingly, Shikamaru was among the few with enough energy to still stand. He basically dragged himself to where Madara's decapitated body lied, though he didn't dare to get way too close to it. So, just to make things sure, Shikamaru began, shooting the headless body a cautious look. The guy's really dead this time, isn't he? Come on, there's no way he can survive decapitation, Kiba said, raising his hands into the air for added emphasis. What's he going to do, regenerate a head? Or is his head going to regenerate a whole body? Kiba, please, don't tempt fate, Tamaki begged, pinching the bridge of her nose. No, I can tell the guy's dead, Karen assured. I detect zero chakra coming from his body. The fucker's dead for good. My Byakugan can confirm that as well, Niji added. Yeah, I know the guy seems dead for good, but I wanted to make sure. After all, the bastard survived that gigantic explosion and falling back to earth from so far into the sky, Shikamaru said, shaking his head. Anyway, we should seal his body inside a scroll 4-Amaterasu. Shikamaru yelped and jumped back as Madara's body burst into black flames. Turning around, he saw Sasuke, slowly walking towards him, wincing in pain at each step. Why the hell did you do that? Ino asked, as she indignantly stomped towards Sasuke. Didn't you hear Shikamaru? We could have learned a lot of things by doing an autopsy on his body. Tell me, did you guys know how Madara cheated death the first time, despite the fact that Hashirama killed him, and Tobirama realized a months-long autopsy on his body? Sasuke asked. All of them looked at him in confusion, as if expecting the Uchiha to explain. Because the guy told me in Itachi when we fought him, Sasuke said, as he grabbed Madara's head and tossed it to the black flames, to be destroyed with the rest of his body. The bastard's waiting for us to make the same mistake. Except this time he isn't going to have a body he can return to, Sasuke said, before he abruptly fell to his knees, and winced. That last Amaterasu had taken the last of his chakra. Sasuke-kun. Sakura said, as she rushed towards him, ignoring her own aching body. Don't worry, I'm okay, Sasuke wheezed. Besides, there's nothing new we can learn from Madara's body that we didn't learn from Rin. They both went through the same rejuvenation process. I'm with Sasuke on this one. Hell, even if we could learn something new, it wouldn't be worth the risk, Naruto chimed in. Let all of Madara burn away. He already came back from the dead once, and the less chances we give him, the better. That seemed to finally put an end to the discussion. For the next few hours, the members of the Konoha 15 stayed on the Valley of the End, resting, since they were too exhausted and sore to move. Fortunately, they didn't have to. Eventually, Karen and Ino alerted that a large mass of chakra was heading towards them. Everyone assumed that it was the rest of the allied ninja forces, assumption that proved to be correct as many ninjas wearing different uniforms started to appear on the edges of the valley, looking down at them. And much to their surprise, they could also see the much larger silhouettes of the tailed beasts as well. As a multitude of medic nin rushed towards the group of teenagers led by Tsunade, they could heard a few murmurs coming from above, first an almost inaudible buzz, which became louder and clearer with each passing moment, making them realize they were cheering for them. The medic mean treated their wounds and restored some of their chakra, before loading them into stretchers and taking them away, prompting the rest of the allied ninjas to vacate the place as well. The Fourth Ninja War had officially come to an end. Despite the war was over, there were a few things to do before they could all go home. The first issue was the last living Akatsuki member, Konan. While everybody agreed that her help had proved to be invaluable for the Ninja Alliance, others still wanted her to be punished. Eventually, while a full pardon wasn't going to be possible, everybody agreed for Konan to be extradited to Konoha, where she was sentenced to 10 years of village arrest. Needless to say, Konan was more than surprised to see such a light sentence, given the magnitude of her crimes. Next were the tailed beasts. It was decided that they would be the ones to choose their own fate. Matatabi, Chomei, Duki had a strong bond with their Jinchuriki. They chose to be resealed inside them once again, as well as Kurama's other half. Shikaku, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Saiken were granted freedom to go where they pleased. The same thing went for the resurrected Jinchuriki. Yujito Ni rejoined her village, and so did Han. Utakata decided to move to Kiri for Hataru's sake, while Rashi decided to continue his travels. At the very least, to complete his books. Then, he hinted he might return to IWA permanently. In Yugura's case, it was a little more complicated. Despite it was known that the way he ruled Kirigakure was due mind control, Mei was afraid that many people wouldn't be too happy with the idea of the former Mizukage returning to their village as if nothing had happened. Yugura himself seemed to agree with the sentiment, and told Mei that he would leave Kirigakure on a self-imposed exile. His wife Aiko decided to accompany him. His son Dagura also wanted to go, wishing to take advantage of this second chance to connect with his father, but Yugura told him to stay in Kirigakure and focus on his career as a member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist, promising him to stay in contact and they would see each other from time to time. With the last loose end tied up, Jiraiya's last act as the Supreme Commander was to dissolve the Ninja Alliance and return the villages that formed it into the independent powers they were before. The next day, a mass funeral was held in Konoha to mourn for those who died heroically during the Fourth Ninja War. Choji, Ino, and Shikamaru were huddling together, crying for the deaths of Shikaku and Choza. The latter was a huge blow to Choji, since the Nawa Kimichi clan had thought his dad would be safe on the Turtle Island. Next to them were Hagane, Kaida, and Hanabi, crying for the death of their beloved sensei, Tenzo, whose death was just as unexpected as Choza's. Asuma, Konohamaru, and the rest of the Sarutobi clan were crying for the death of Hiruzen, the former Hokage, who had died in the same battle as Choza and Tenzo. They tried to take a little comfort in Naruto's tale of how it was thanks to him that he and his two Jinchuriki friends Amon-ged to escape from the Turtle Island. And there was also Mado Gai. While his 3 students were crying plenty of tears for him, so was Kakashi, surprisingly enough. Not because he wasn't grieving for the death of his old friend, but because the silver-haired Jonin had such reputation of a flippant that hardly cared about anything but his beloved dirty literature. It came as a shock to see him shedding tears, even if he did in a more silent way. The war was over, yes, but it left many scars that would never heal completely. A few days later, gates of Konoha like it happened a few months back, Jiraiya was once again ready to depart for the Land of Iron, as another Kage summit had been summoned. This time, by the Toad Sage himself. The reason for this was to plan the future of the ninja villages in order to make sure the Fourth Ninja War would be the very last ninja war ever fought. This time around, however, he felt like only taking Tsunade with him, given that tensions were nowhere near as high as they were back then. Speaking of her, Tsunade was not wearing the cloth patch that covered her left Rinnegan eye anymore, revealing not a Rinnegan, but a hazel eye, the eye that Tsunade had extracted and replaced with a Rinnegan. And true to her word, once the war was over she had the Rinnegan removed and her original eye reimplanted. The Rinnegan, alongside that of Obito's, was then swiftly destroyed. Obito's body was still preserved in ice under one of Konoha's secret scientific research sites. And just like then, Many people had congregated on the gate to bid the Hokage a safe trip, though there was a certain somebody who didn't look particularly pleased. You know, Hokage-sama, I must protest this decision, Kakashi began. I'm sure there are other people better qualified and better motivated than me to fill your seat while you're away. Nonsense, you'll do fine, Jiraiya said, waving his hand dismissively. I plan to use the reverse summoning and the toad portal to return to Konoha once we're done, so you won't even be filling my seat for that long. Why don't you appoint Naruto instead? Kakashi suggested. He's the one who wants to be Hokage. Plus that way he'd get some experience for the position. I asked him the same, but he said that I'm still too young, Naruto said, making air quotes. That, and that you don't have enough patience to sit down and do paperwork, Tsunade interceded in a chiding tone. Plus I don't want to be accused of nepotism, you know, Jiraiya added, but his tone betrayed that that wasn't exactly a big reason behind his decision. I'm not going to win this, am I? Kakashi asked, sighing in defeat. Come on, sensei, you'll be a great Hokage. Tamaki tried to cheer him, as she slapped his back. I'm with Tamaki here, Rin added. Besides, our sensei used to be Hokage as well. I don't want to be Hokage. I never wanted to. That was Obito's dream, not mine, Kakashi protested. You two better not take any detours once the summit is over. Tsunade smiled cheekily at him. We won't promise anything. Ready to go, Jiraiya? The white-haired man nodded, and he and his wife turned around and rushed into the forest that surrounded the village. Once they were out of sight, the crowd started to disperse. I'm sorry you weren't appointed as substitute Hokage, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, as she and her boyfriend walked back into the village. Thanks, but don't worry. It's not that big of a deal. Like Dad said, he isn't going to be out that long, Naruto replied. There was a moment of silence as the two of them continued to walk, holding hands. Until Naruto decided to continue the conversation. So how's your sister doing? He asked. A little better now. She's going to need more time to completely move on, but she's getting there, little by little, Hinata softly said. Your siblings? Same, Naruto said. I think they're doing a little better since they rely on each other. I was thinking in talking with Kakashi-sensei about their new Jonin-sensei, but I think they need more time before such thing can happen. I think that's the best to do for now, Hinata said. Then, an idea dawned upon her. Say, Naruto-kun, while Hokage-sama and Tsunade-sama are out, would you like for you three to stay at the Hyuga estate in the meantime? It would be good for Hanabi and your younger siblings to stay with each other. Are our respective younger siblings the only ones you're thinking about? Naruto asked, shooting Hinata a sly smile. Hinata blushed, but didn't avert his gaze, and met his smile with one of her own. I admit I would greatly enjoy to have your constant company as well, Naruto-kun. Naruto's smile broadened, and placed his arm around Hinata's shoulders. I thought as much. Let's go. All of them would have an enjoyable and memorable stay at the Hyuga compound, which would help them heal the wounds of the war. And once the pain of those wounds finally subsided, a new era could finally begin. Hinata blinked as the light that filtered through the windows slowly forced her awake. Suppressing a yawn, she looked at the clock on her bedside to check the hour. She scowled a little, before turning to the other side, where Naruto, her husband of more than a decade, was sleeping, seemingly unperturbed by the growing light. Naruto-kun, wake up, Hinata said as she gently rocked her husband, who stirred in return. 5 more minutes, the blonde grumbled, as he rolled around, giving her his back. Hinata sighed, and rocked him again, this time less gently. Naruto-kun, come on. This seemed to work, as the blonde finally opened his eyes, the lighting making him wince a little, before he looked at Hinata. Good morning, dear, Hinata smiled, as she kissed Naruto on the lips, a kiss he happily welcomed. Slept well? Not as much as I wanted, but I'll manage, Naruto said, letting out an unnecessarily loud yawn. Today's the graduation day, so you better be ready, Hinata reminded him. She began to undress, removing her nightgown, and started to put on her underwear and her usual clothes. Naruto mimicked her as well. Hey, since Dad's academy reform, we had a 100% team approval rate, so I don't expect any problems. Perhaps, but it never hurts to be ready, don't you agree? Hinata asked. Anyway, can you start preparing breakfast? I'm going to wake up the kids. Naruto walked towards the kitchen dining room, passing a chest of drawers with multiple framed pictures. The oldest one was the picture of Naruto and Hinata with Haku and Kurenai from the day their team was formed. There was also a large photo of Naruto and Hinata the day of their wedding. Kami, Hinata was so beautiful that day, Naruto would always think upon seeing the pictures of their children, and lastly, a picture of Naruto with 3 young teens no older than 12, 2 girls and a boy, both girls being black-haired, one of them having spiky hair and red eyes, and the other having straight hair and onyx eyes, with the boy having short purple hair. A few minutes later, breakfast was already on the table, with Naruto and 2 other kids sitting at the table. The first kid was a boy of 12 years old, who looked nearly identical to Naruto, blonde and blue-eyed, except that he had only 4 whisker marks on his cheeks instead of Naruto's 6. Next to him was a girl, no older than 10, with dark blue hair, blue eyes, and 4 whisker marks as well. So, today's your graduation, Boruto. Nervous? Naruto asked the boy, Boruto. Why should I be? The boy asked, trying to sound flippant. It's not that I'm going to start doing A-rank missions, right? Not that they'd be that difficult to me, he haughtily claimed, before deflating a little. But I know what I'm going to be doing for the next few weeks. I know the first weeks of being a ninja aren't that great. I was talking about meeting your future teammates and Jonin-sensei. I certainly was nervous about meeting mine, Naruto confided. Boruto just shrugged. Whoever my teammates are, they're people I already know, so no big deal. Yes, but your teammates are more than just classmates, the blue-haired girl chimed in. After all, Mom and Dad fell in love after they were put in the same team. Exactly, Himawari, Hinata said, as she entered the kitchen dining room. She was carrying a toddler of 1.5 years, a little girl with pale skin, the Hyuga pale lavender eyes, and most strangely, vivid red hair. She was happily sucking on a pacifier. Though I was already in love with your father back in the academy. Then again, I admit that being put on the same team helped the 2 of us come together, she said with a pleasant smile. Yeah, I think we would have ended up together even if we were in other teams, Naruto rebuked. Because I can't see myself being in love with anybody else. Boruto rolled his eyes. Come on, it's way too early for you to get mushy. Can you guys wait at least until I'm out? Ah, look at that Urara-chan, your big brother doesn't like when mommy and daddy get loving with each other, Hinata said to the baby, as she sat her on a high chair. But you don't mind, don't you? Barely understanding a word of her mother, Urara giggled at Hinata. After the Uzumaki family finished their breakfast, Boruto quickly got dressed, grabbed his things, and headed for the academy. Do you want me to give you a lift, son? Naruto offered. Pass. I feel like walking today, Boruto said, before leaving the house. See you guys later. Goodbye, big bro. Himawari happily said. Naruto looked a bit slumped by Boruto's rejection at first, but he quickly pushed those feelings aside, and got up from the table, and gave a kiss to the 3 girls. I think I'll be heading to the office as well. See you later. Goodbye, Daddy. Himawari said goodbye to her father in the same cheerful tone. Naruto's body flickered for a second, before it suddenly vanished. Uchiha clan compound. Inside one of the rooms of the large compound, a black-haired girl of 12 years of age got out of the bed and began to get dressed. As she put on her glasses, the door of her room was opened, revealing a girl about 2 years older than her, with pale skin, long starite green hair then fell down her back, and the same onyx eyes at her. Hey, Sarada, time to you awake already? The older girl asked. And already dressed no less. Of course I am. Did you expect me to be late on such an important day, Naoki? Sarada fired back. The older girl, Naoki, just shrugged. Hey, I just wanted to make sure you didn't miss your big day, Naoki defended. Everybody else is already awake and having breakfast, so I wanted to check on you. Anyway, let's go. As the two girls walked, Sarada couldn't help but shoot the older girl, her cousin, a glance of uncertainty. Naoki was Itachi Uchiha's daughter, and fate had her inherit not only most of his sheer talent, but she was also the wielder of two bloodline limits, a fact she often loved to remind everybody. Because even if Naoki had the same onyx eyes as Sarada's, the green-haired girls weren't the same. While Sarada had two Sharingan, as every other Uchiha, only Naoki's right eye had a Sharingan, her left eye hid a Byakugan, inherited from her mother Natsu. Between her sheer talent and two bloodline limits, it was no surprise that Naoki's ninja career had been on the rise since the day she graduated from the academy, becoming a Chunin only a few months after graduation on her first Chunin exam, and successfully completing lots of B and A ranked missions afterwards. This made Sarada wonder how would she compare against her older cousin. Don't think that. You already have your path set ahead of you, the youngest Uchiha reminded herself. A few minutes later, the two girls arrived at the large dining room, where, true to Naoki's words, everybody was already there, having breakfast. Sarada took her usual seat, between her mother Sakura and Naoki herself. Next to Sakura was Sarada's father Sasuke, and next to Naoki were her parents, Itachi and Natsu. Next to Natsu was Shizun, Shursue's wife and Sasuke and Sakura's former Jonin sensei. Finally, Shursui and Shizun's children, Shiro and Shizuka, were sitting next to them. While they were much older than her, and thus less prone to comparisons, Shiro and Shizuka also had glowing ninja careers. The two of them were already Jonin, with Shiro working alongside his father Shursui as a high-ranked officer of the restored military police, and not only Shizuka was an ANBU captain, but her Jonin sensei was no other than Naruto Uzumaki, the current Hokage. How lucky one has been to have such a legend as your instructor. Sarada wondered. Ready for today, sweetheart? Sakura asked, smiling brightly at her. Today you finally become a ninja. And about time. She was the only one in the family so far who wasn't one. Naoki laughed. Naoki, that's not a kind thing to say, her mother chided. Naoki merely rolled her eyes. Come on, Mom, I was just being happy for her. Now she'll experience the joy and thrill of what being a ninja feels like. Well, once she gets through a couple months of D-rank missions, hee. Even then, it's probably for the better if you don't put more pressure on Sarada. I'm sure she feels nervous enough already, Itachi added. Anyway, I heard that your father is going to be one of the Jonin sensei, Shursui intervened, trying to change the topic. Maybe you'll get him as your instructor. Highly unlikely, Sarada replied, as she adjusted her glasses. Since it's forbidden to place an academy graduate under a Jonin sensei that's related to them. Sarada said almost as if she was reading from a book. Shizun opened her mouth, but Sarada didn't give her the chance. And before you say how you were with Uncle Shursui when you became Papa's Jonin sensei, you weren't married to him, so it doesn't count, Aunt Shizun. Shizun closed her mouth. I already know who my students are going to be, and Sarada isn't among them, Sasuke interceded. Though, it's not that she needs me to be her instructor. I already give her plenty of training at home. Agreed. Nothing against you, Dad, but I already see you enough at home, Sarada said, smiling a little so she didn't sound like she detested spending time with him. Since I'm going to the academy today, do you mind if we go together? Sasuke offered. Sure thing, Dad, Sarada replied. Hyuga stayed in one of the rooms of the large compound. There were a pair of adults surrounded by a small army of children, no less than 6 of them, ages from 2 to 9. The man was tall, good-looking to the point of being pretty, with long brown hair that fell down his back, and the usual Byakugan eyes. The woman was a redhead with long spiky red hair and eyes of the same color, sporting a rather large pregnant belly. All the kids had the same eyes as the adult man. Some had the same red hair as the woman, while the others had brown hair. "So, how are you feeling, dear?" Niji asked his wife. "Does your body still ache?" "Ugh, hi," Karen groaned, as she slumped on a rocking chair. "What do you think, asshole?" All the kids gasped in shock. "Mom said a bad word," a little girl said. "You'll have to excuse your mother. Her back was in a lot of pain tonight, and she didn't get much sleep," Niji explained their children. She then looked at Karen and smiled at her. "Everything's okay here?" a new voice asked. Everybody turned to the door, and saw the clan head, Hanabi Hyuga, peeking her head through the door. "Nothing you should worry about, Hanabi-sama," Niji reassured her. Karen spent a bad night due her aching body. "Oh. Sorry to hear that," Hanabi said, looking at the redhead with sympathy. "I'm kind of busy, but if you want, I can ask Mom to take the kids away from you for a few hours." "That would be a blessing," Karen said, letting out a deep sigh. "Sorry kids, Mommy loves you, but right now Mommy needs time for herself." Niji held her hand. "Don't worry, it will be over soon. I promise you this will be the last one." "That's the same thing you said when Osamu was born, before making me another one," Karen huffed. "Once I get this thing out of my body, I'm grabbing the shears." Niji laughed at her joke. Or at least, he was hoping it was a joke. Yuki residents inside the kitchen of a small but very cozy home, 2 girls and 2 women were having breakfast as well, each of the young girls looking like a much younger version of the 2 women, one who had her long hair loose, and the other had it styled in 2 buns. Though one of the alleged women, the one with the long hair, was actually a man, most people wouldn't be able to tell given his feminine appearance. "Ah, last day of academy, finally," the older of the 2 girls said, as she ate her bowl of rice. She was 12 years old, and looked like an identical younger version of her father. This day couldn't reach soon enough. "Do you want to become a ninja that badly, Miyuki?" the only man asked. "She wants to get me out of her sight, Haku," the woman replied, though she didn't sound resentful. "What? Is not that you're too tough on her, are you, Tenten?" Haku asked his wife. "No, she isn't," Miyuki was quick to point out. "But come on, do you know what it feels to have your mom as your homeroom teacher? Was I really that bad? I always made sure not to say anything that would embarrass you in front of your friends," Tenten softly said. "I'd love to have you as my teacher, Mom," the other girl, the one who resembled Tenten more, happily said. Tenten smiled at her youngest daughter. "I know you do, dear." Miyuki gave her little sister a stinky eye. "You say that now, Fuyuko, but you'll change your tune once it happens." Likarama residence. When Yakumo woke up from her bed, she saw that her husband wasn't there. When she went to check on her children's rooms, they weren't there either. In fact, their beds were even made. Normally, such situation would cause no small amount of distress to anyone, but for the brown-haired woman, it was normal. Her husband and children were early risers. Very early risers. Like, waking up a full 2 hours before her early risers. Seeing the hour, she just went to the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast. After that, she peeked her head out of the window, as if expecting somebody to arrive. If her calculations were right, and they often were, her family would arrive soon. Heralded by a trail of dust raised by the speed he was carrying, Yakumo's husband, Rock Lee, running on his hands, arrived in front of the house, before leaping to his feet. Rock Lee was always a source of inspiration for Yakumo, somebody who was able to make his dream of becoming a fine ninja in spite of overwhelming odds. After the war ended, the last bearer of the Kurama clan bloodline limit tried to befriend him in order to get to know him better. She first asked him help to train her body, even if Tsunade's treatments improved her physical condition just enough to pass the required medical exam, her physical condition still had a lot of room for improvement, something the green-clad ninja was more than happy to oblige. As she trained under him and became stronger little by little, Yakumo and Lee started to grow close. She found how incredibly earnest and sweet guy he was, and romance quickly bloomed between them. Said romance was disapproved by the clan elders, since they felt that a man unable to use ninjutsu nor genjutsu would father defective children. Not that Yakumo listened to any of their complaints, and in a few years, the two of them were happily married. Their son Metal Lee, wearing the same green jumpsuit as his father, but without the torn sleeves, quickly arrived, also running on his hands, looking much more exhausted. The boy was 12 years old, and had a very similar hair to his father, in both color and style. A few seconds later, a girl, Yakumo and Lee's daughter, Tetsuko Lee, also wearing the same outfit as her brother and running on her hands, joined her father and older brother, and looked just as exhausted as her brother. She was 3 years younger than Metal and also had short hair, but it was brown rather than black. None of her children had inherited her bloodline limit, but that didn't bother her. After all, said bloodline limit only appeared once every few generations. Besides, in her own experience, that was more a burden than a blessing, and she was sure that her children would be happier without it. Yash! Today was a really good morning light training. Lee loudly gushed. Now, time for some breakfast. Yes, the two of them said at once. Also, Metal, since starting from today you're finally going to be a real ninja, your training will be more serious now. Lee announced. I'm ready for it, father. Metal excitedly said. If you're going to increase Metal's training, you should also increase mine. Tetsuko protested. Or else the gap between the two of us will get even bigger. Watching her husband and children's antics, Yakumo just shook her head and chuckled. Yes, no matter what others might said, she would never trade this for anything else. Inazuka clan compound Kiba and Tamaki stood in front of the compound's many kennels, the latter holding the former's arm. Behind them was Akamaru, laying at their feet, looking half asleep. The two humans were looking at one of the kennels expectantly. Inside the kennel was a girl of 10 years old, with long dark brown hair and red fang-shaped tattoos on her cheeks, and, strangely enough, a black and white kitty resting on one of her shoulders, checking the cream-colored puppies around her one by one. She would grab a puppy, watch it, touch it, even smell it, before putting it down and move to the next. She did this many times, until she finally found the one she thought it was the one for her. Nodding to herself, she grabbed it and exited the kennel. So, did you finally choose, Tomiko? Kiba asked the little girl. I did, Dad, Tomiko said, proudly showing the puppy she chose to her father, then to her mother, before she placed it on her free shoulder, opposite of the cat. Congratulations, Squirt. You just didn't choose a pet, but a partner that will fight alongside you during all your battles. Kiba said, ruffling the girl's hair, who giggled in return. It really looks healthy, Tamaki smiled at her daughter. Did you choose a name? Tomiko grew pensive, and hummed as she placed a hand under her chin. Then, her face lit up as a name dawned upon her. How about Riku? Riku, that's a cute name, Tamaki said, nodding. Yes. Between Riku and Sora, no one will be able to stop us, the little girl cheered, as she hugged her two animal companions. A Kimichi clan compound inside the compound's main building, a dark-skinned 12-year-old girl with spiky auburn red hair and a hefty build got ready for the day. Mom, Dad, I'm going to the academy. See you later, the girl said, and as she headed out, she grabbed a couple bags of chips, put them on her backpack. Karui entered the room, saw the girl grabbing the bags of snacks, and shook her head. Cho-cho, we're going to have a feast later. Do you really need to take those to the academy? Karui asked. Yep. I need to eat to cope with stress, and today's going to be super stressful, Cho-cho replied. But the exam was yesterday. Today they're only going to announce the teams, Karui said, placing her hands on her hips. Exactly. That's why I'm so nervous. Who knows whose my teammates are? They could be a pair of jerks that make fun of my weight. If you're so concerned about your weight, maybe you should watch what you eat then, Karui deadpanned. Come on honey, let her, Choji said, as he entered the room. Besides, if you're worried about the feast, I can assure you that she's going to still have plenty of space. See? Daddy gets me. Cho said. Anyway, I better get going. Nara clan compound. Just like with Akimiki's, at the entry of the Nara clan compound a young boy with black hair styled in a ponytail and big teal eyes prepared to leave. Alright, time to go to the academy, the boy said. I'll see you in the afternoon. Shikadai, wait, the boy's mother, Temari, called. Besides her there was a 9-year-old girl with shoulder-length sand blonde hair, wearing a purple dress. You're forgetting your backpack. He doesn't need it, Temari's husband and Shikadai's father, Shikamaru, walked to his wife. There's no coursework on the last day, they'll simply tell them the team formations, and then they spend the rest of the day getting to know his new teammates and Jonin-sensei. My teammates will be 2 of my classmates, so I don't need to get to know them, Shikadai pointed out. Shikadai Nizan also says that he knows who his teammates are going to be, the girl stated. Exactly, Kazan-chan. So no need to make a big deal out of it, Shikadai said with a shrug. Perhaps. But not your Jonin-sensei, Shikamaru rebutted. I was pretty nervous to meet mine. Also, remember not to come too late. Tonight the 4 of us going to celebrate you finally becoming a ninja. I won't. Anyway, I better get going, Shikadai said, before leaving the house. Yamanaka clan compound. Just like her former teammates were doing at the same time, Ino was also bidding her child a good day at the academy. And remember Inogen, don't get too upset if you're put with somebody you don't get along with, Ino advised her son. I'm sure that, as you work together, you'll eventually be on better terms. And if not, you can always ask the Hokage to put you on another team, a smiling Sai supplied. It's okay. I'm not worried. I get along with everybody in class, Inogen said. Well, I should get going. Mado Guy's Park of Youth. Inside a large park surrounded by lush green trees, bogs and bushes, as well as many benches to sit down and swings and seesaws for children to play, a lone man stood in front of a statue in the middle of the park. A statue of the man the park was named after, giving a thumbs up and smiling energically. Normally, there would be plenty of people enjoying the peaceful place, but given that it was early in the morning, nobody was there. Nobody, except Kakashi Hatake. After the war was over, he no longer visited the memorial stone, but as soon as the park was made to honor the late guy, he would spend a good chunk of his time there, just standing still in front of the statue. Figured I'd find you here, a new voice said from behind. Kakashi turned around, and saw the only other living member of Team Minato. Rin Noara had grown into quite a beauty. While still on the short side, she no longer looked like the young teen he remembered unwillingly killing, but an actual woman. Kakashi chuckled under his mask. You talk as if you just unearthed a deep secret about me. Very funny, Rin said, crossing her arms. Though, I'm surprised to see you here, Kakashi said, turning his sight back to the statue. Shouldn't you be in the academy? I still have time, Rin said. She then grew a little uneasy, and rubbed her arm. Though that's why I wanted to talk with you. Still doubting yourself, I see, Kakashi said. I'd say that you're worrying over nothing and that you'll do fine, but I already told you that several times and it didn't work. Perhaps some reverse psychology should do the trick this time. Rin, you're an awful teacher, and you are going to become the laughing stock of all of Konoha's Jonin if you take a team of genin, so save yourself the embarrassment. Even if she wanted to protest, Rin couldn't help but giggle at Kakashi's jest. Is it working? Kakashi asked. A little. I'm slowly feeling a fire inside me just to prove you wrong, Rin replied, still giggling. Glad I could help, Kakashi said. But in all seriousness, you'll do fine. All of us worry over how well are we going to teach a new team, and in the end, we find our way. I mean, if Anko or I were able to do it, I'm sure you'll have no problem. Oh, right, Anko. I keep forgetting that she used to be a Jonin sensei too. And to a trio of foreign ninjas. Rin said in realization. Hell, if Anko can do it, so can I. That's the spirit, Kakashi said, smiling under the mask. Rin turned around, ready to leave, but then he turned back at Kakashi, and with a sheepish expression said, Please don't tell Anko I said that about her. My lips are sealed, Kakashi assured her. Sarutobi clan compound. On one of the compound's several training dojos, a middle-aged black-haired man with tan skin was sparring with a teenage girl, also black-haired, but with paler skin tone and crimson-red eyes. Watching them from afar, sitting on a bench was a middle-aged woman, with long raven hair and the same red eyes as the girl. Both the man and the girl were armed with trench knives, which they channeled wind chakra through in order to increase their cutting power. Their fight consisted almost exclusively in trading swipes and parries with the aforementioned weapons. Upon noticing the man's breath becoming a little heavier, the girl smirked a little. Tired, Dad? The man smirked. Yes. Tired of how you think you still beat me when you're so green, Mirai. Come on, Mirai, don't underestimate your father, the woman from the bench said. Your father might not be what he used to be, but he still has a lifetime of battles worth of experience. Are you calling me old, Kurenai? The man asked in a taunting manner. Because I need to remind you that we're the same age. The woman smirked. Women don't get old, Asuma, they mature. Ninja Academy 1010 was standing in front of the class, taking a look at the young ninjas who had been her students for the past year, as a small feeling of sadness gripped her soul over the fact that she wouldn't teach them again. She sighed, pushed that feeling to the back of her mind, and began speaking. First of all, let me congratulate all of you again for passing yesterday's final exam. It has been great to have all of you as my pupils, but from today's onwards, the ninjas behind me, she spread her arms to emphasize the adult ninjas around her, their future Jonin sensei, will be the ones to continue your formation and development. As you probably know, you'll be organized into 4-man cells, 3 of you under the supervision of a Jonin. Without further ado, here are the team formations. 1010 unfurled a scroll and started to read the names of the teams, followed by the Jonin sensei they were assigned to. As she read the names, those called would get up from their seats and walk to their respective sensei, and follow them out of the class. Little by little, the class was starting to grow empty as the teams were announced. Despite looking cool on the outside, Sarada was feeling a little nervous. She knew all the people in her class, but there were some she would prefer to have as teammates over others. Her ideal teammates would be her friends and desk mates Chocho Akimichi and Sumire Keikei, but she knew the chances of them being in the same team were slim. From time to time, she couldn't help but shot a glance at her father, who was standing among the rest of the prospective Jonin sensei, and wondered who would be the lucky or unlucky genin placed under him. Close Combat Squad, Namaida Suzumino, Wasabi Izumo, and Metal Lee. Your Jonin sensei will be Hagane Senju. 1010 announced. The 2 girls mentioned, one with brown eyes and hair of the same color styled in 2 long pigtails, and another, taller than the first, with short spiky dark brown hair and green eyes that looked like those of a cat, got up from their seats and cheered. Yes. We're in the same team together, Wasabi-chan, the girl with the pigtails said, as she hugged her friend. Guess they saw how well we work as a team, Namaida. Wasabi replied. The 2 of them, as well as Metal Lee, walked towards their sensei, a man in his late 20s with brown eyes and short spiky white hair, before the 4 of them left the classroom. Lucky. The son of the 5th Hokage, with a powerful bloodline limit, and a war veteran when he was my age, Sarada thought, as she quickly reviewed Hagane's record. Tactical Squad, Shikadai Nara, Chocho Akimichi, and Inajin Yamanaka. Your Jonin sensei will be Kaida Senju. Called it, Shikadai said, as he and Inogen got up from their seats. Cho-Cho groaned, as she dropped her forehead on her table. Inoshikacho again. Do these people have any imagination? Sarada, who was sitting beside her, patted her on the back sympathetically. Guess they're sticking to what it works. Sorry we can't be together in the same team. It's okay, girl. We can still hang out when we aren't on the job, Cho-Cho said, as she got up from her seat. Look at the bright side. You know Shikadai and Inogen very well, so you won't have problems working with them. Sumire, sitting at Sarada's other side, tried to reassure while smiling weakly at her. The newest generation of Inoshikacho walked towards their sensei, Hagane's sister Kaida, who like him also had brown eyes and white hair, except hers was much longer and styled into a single ponytail. Lucky Cho-Cho, Kaida's record is as impressive as her brother's. Plus not everybody can have a Jonin sensei with wood release, Sarada thought as she watched her friend greet her new Jonin sensei. Once they vacated the classroom, Tenten continued. Medical squad, Sarada Uchiha, Hako Kurowa, and Mitsuki. Your Jonin sensei will be Rin Noera. As the three of them got up, Sarada eyed her two new teammates. She didn't know too much about Mitsuki, other than he was the son of a high-ranking Otogekier ninja, and used to hang out with Baruto a lot. However, he was a pleasant individual and competent ninja, so she didn't have any worries about working with him. Her other teammate, Hako, was a goth girl who wore a long, dark purple dress with a cape, and carried a rather creepy pink stuffed doll with her at all times. Sarada knew that Hako could animate the doll and make it fight for her. She was also proficient in medical ninjutsu, so her choice for the team wasn't that surprising. Then there was their sensei, Rin. She was a sage and a good medic, but her reputation as a girl who was brought back from the dead with wood release and a healing factor by the infamous Obito Uchiha overshadowed that. Well, Cho-Cho wasn't the only one whose sensei was a living legend with wood release anymore. Before they could leave, Tenten continued reading from the list of teams. Assault Squad, Baruto Uzumaki, Sumire Keikei, and Miyuki Yuki. Your Jonin sensei will be Sasuke Uchiha. Ah yeah. Baruto cheered, as he shot up and pumped a fist into the air. So, they assigned my dad to Baruto? Funny, Sarada thought, as he watched the excited blonde walk down the stairs to meet her father. Following him was the purple-haired, Sailor Fuku wearing Sumire, and the brown-haired Miyuki. Sarada guessed that, after the incident with the new, they wanted a powerful Jonin to keep an eye on her in case something similar happens. Well, Sarada was happy for her friend. Sasuke was a tough but fair teacher, so she'd learn a lot under him. Plus she'd appreciate being in the same team as the boy she had a crush on. As for the other girl, Miyuki, Tenten's daughter, Sarada knew that her ice release made her a fearsome ninjutsu specialist, hence her choice as a member of the assault squad. Though she couldn't help but think how the fact that her father Haku and Baruto's father Naruto were on the same team, the very first iteration of the assault squad, wasn't a coincidence. Sarada looked at her father, who introduced himself to his new students, and waved him goodbye before she followed her new sensei and teammates out of the classroom. Uzumaki residence. A few weeks later, as the door closed behind them, Naruto and Hinata got ready for an important day. They left Himawari and Urara under the care of one of the newly minted genin teams for the rest of the day, given that they would be busy at least until nighttime. Even then, Naruto and Hinata were looking forward what they were going to do next, given that they were going to see a lot of people that they didn't have the chance to see that often. While Naruto often favored more casual clothes for his everyday life, he was now wearing what he had dubbed his Hokage costume, which was essentially a long white cloak with red flames over his usual clothes, a look inspired by his biological father, plus the official Hokage hat. Hinata was also wearing a more formal attire, a light purple kimono blouse with dark blue floral patterns, combined with a dark purple knee-length skirt tied with a red obi. You ready, Haim? Naruto asked, offering his arm at her. Our friends from outside the village awaits us. Of course, Hinata replied, wrapping her arms around his. Naruto and Hinata flickered for a fraction of a second before they vanished, reappearing somewhere else. After the war, Naruto and Jiraiya had embarked on a lot of projects regarding Fuinjutsu, making a lot of breakthroughs in the art. One of them was the rediscovery of Minato's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It took them many years of research and trials, but they eventually managed to do it. Though given the power of the jutsu and the advanced knowledge and Fuinjutsu required to use it, for the time being Naruto and Jiraiya were its only users. They reappeared inside a domed building with a single room. Said room had a multitude of circular ceiling arrays painted on the floor, similar to the seals that made the moon portal. And indeed, those arrays were bidirectional portals to another villages, born out of Naruto and Jiraiya's efforts in reverse engineering the moon portal. After that, they created a portal network that linked most ninja villages between each other, making traveling between villages much easier. They still had noticeable downsides that stopped them from widespread use, such as needing to infuse them with a huge amount of chakra any time they needed to be used, hence they could only be used sparingly, and they were often saved for diplomatic visits and events. Such as the one that was going to happen in Konoha that same afternoon. "Oh, it seems we're last," Hinata said, looking around. "Everybody else is here." Aside from ninjas guarding the place, there were also many other people as well, who were waiting to greet the foreign ninjas. Among them, their former teammate Haku. A portal started to glow with chakra, and from it, the fifth Raikage, Darui, followed by Omoi, T, and Killer Bee stepped out. Naruto and Hinata went to greet the foreign Kage, as well as Choji and Karui. Karui was wearing both a Konoha and Kyumo forehead protectors, identifying her as Kyumo's ambassador in Konoha. Given the lack of tension between ninja villages as well as the village portals making traveling much safer, many Kages and village heads didn't feel the need to bring bodyguards with them. However, many, like Darui, brought some people with them not as a security detail, even if they were officially, but so they could see the friends they were now living in other villages, such as Karui. Raikage. "Welcome to Konoha," Naruto greeted him with a smile. "It's an honor to see you, Raikage-sama," Karui said, making a slight bow. She then went to greet her former sensei and teammates, engaging them in conversation. "Thanks," Darui replied, tipping his Kage hat. He started to look around. "So, I'm the first to arrive?" "So it seems," Naruto said with a shrug. "Hey there, number 9. I can see you're pretty fine." Killer Bee rapped, as he fist-bumped Naruto. "And Hinata, as you can tell, I'm pretty happy to see you as well." "The feeling's mutual, B-san," the Hyuga replied. "And hello to you too, Gyuki," Naruto mentally greeted the tailed beast sealed inside his Kyumo friend. "Nice to see you as well, Naruto," Gyuki replied. Upon noticing that a certain somebody remained silent, he added, "Hey, Kurama, aren't you going to greet your beloved brother?" "No. Now let me sleep in peace," Kurama grumbled. "Heh, classic Kurama," Naruto thought, sweat dropping a little. He then addressed Killer Bee. "By the way, didn't Yujido come this time around?" Naruto asked. "Sadly, number 2 is busy with a mission, since you know how she likes such expeditions," Killer Bee said with a shrug. After exchanging greetings, the Raikage and his small entourage went with Choji and Karui to the Akimichi compound, where they would spend the few days they were staying in Konoha. A few minutes after that, another portal glowed. From this one, Kuratsuchi, the Tsuchikage, emerged, followed by a couple of IWA ninjas that Naruto didn't recognize, and one he did, a very tall man wearing a red heavy armor. He and Hinata went to greet them, as well as a kunoichi with short black hair in an IWA uniform, wearing both a Konoha and IWA forehead protectors, marking her as Iwa's ambassador in Konoha. "Welcome to Konoha, Tsuchikage," Naruto greeted her. "We hope your stay here is a pleasant one," Hinata added. "Thanks. I'm sure it will be," Kuratsuchi replied. "And hey, good to see you, Han," Naruto said, shaking hands with the towering man. "Likewise, Naruto," Han replied, nodding. Rashi sends his regards and laments that he wasn't able to come. A man his age tends to have health problems. Hey, no big deal. I can always pay him a visit once the summit is done, Naruto replied. Then again, he's still in better shape than Grandpa, Kuratsuchi interjected, sounding a little dejected. Honestly, it's amazing that old coot managed to live that long, Han replied, earning a glare from the Tsuchikage. What? I'm just saying what everybody is thinking. You know I'm somebody who minces his words. Before Kuratsuchi could say or do something that he might regret later, she decided to get out of there and head to her hotel room, with her small entourage trailing behind. Another portal activated. This time, it wasn't a Kage that appeared, but Shino, Fu, and a pair of children, a 10-year-old boy with spiky green hair, and a 7-year-old girl with black hair tied in 2 low pigtails. Given how powerful she had grown during the Fourth War, Shibuki decided to step down and appoint Fu as the new village head of Takigakure. Shibuki's plan was to make Fu into the face of the village in order to improve its standing, while he took care of the administrative side of the job. His plan worked, and Taki received an unprecedented amount of customers, which brought much needed money to not only repair, but also improve the village. Once the war was over, Shino and Fu continued their long-distance relationship, though they put more effort into seeing each other in person. When Jiraiya started to appoint ambassadors to other villages, Naruto was quick to suggest Shino's name for the position of Konoha's ambassador in Taki, much to the Aburame's silent delight. Shino gave up his position as the Aburame clan heir and passed it to a younger cousin, and a year later, he and Fu married. Shino survived the honeymoon without any broken bones, but he spent the next weeks walking with a limp. Even if Fu wasn't a Kage, she was invited to the summit. Given that ignoring the minor villages is what caused the walking nightmare that was pain, the 5 Kages decided that the minor villages deserved to have a voice in matters that affected them, even if they didn't have as much influence as the great villages. Hence the Kage Summit was changed to Ninja Summit. Naruto also extended an invitation to the Land of Iron, but the samurai politely declined, claiming not to want to get involved in the affairs of ninjas unless it was strictly necessary. Naruto and Hinata, as well as Kiba, Tamaki, and their daughter Tomiko walked towards the newcomers. Hello. Welcome to URK. Little bro. Fu interrupted Naruto's greeting by pulling him in an almost literal bone-breaking hug. Then, after noticing Hinata, she dropped Naruto and gave Hinata another bear hug. Sky sister. Fu can't breathe, Hinata wheezed. Your brat is just as a nuisance as an adult as she was as a kid, Chomei, Kurama chastised, annoyed at the commotion going outside of his seal that perturbed his rest. Fu is a very lively girl, and that's the best part about her. Why should I want that to change? Chomei asked. Oops, sorry. Fu sheepishly said, placing Hinata on the ground. You know how happy I am to see you guys again. We can tell, Naruto said, still wincing in pain, as he pulled himself back to his feet. He then saw Shino engaged in conversation with Kiba and Tamaki, while Tomiko was talking to the 2 kids. Boy, Daisuke and Sawako have grown a lot since the last time I saw them. Of course they have grown. They have a big mommy after all. Fu laughed. And their daddy is no slouch either. While Shino had grown into quite the tall man, his wife still had a few centimeters on him. In fact, even if Naruto himself had also grown quite a lot, he had to still look up to the green-haired woman. Though, much to the blonde's relief, the Taki leader hadn't grown any bigger since the 4th Ninja War. So, where are Boruto and Himawari? I can't wait to see them. Fu excitedly said. Boruto is on his first mission outside the village, Hinata said, making Fu deflate a little. Though Himawari and Urara are at home, so you can drop by later to tell them hi. Oh, yes. I forgot you guys had another baby. I can't wait to see her. Fu gushed. In fact, Daisuke, Sawako, come here. Her 2 children quickly did so. Hey, Did you hear that Boruto and Himawari have a little sister? Why don't you take Tomiko go and meet her? Fu suggested. I'll drop by once Naruto and I are done with all the boring grown-up stuff. Alright, Mom, Daisuke said. He and his sister grabbed each of Tomiko's hands, quickly run out of the building, jumped into the air and grew two insect-like wings out of their backs, allowing them to soar into the sky while carrying the Inuzuka girl. While it was obvious that Chomei had something to do with this new bloodline limit, others thought that their Aburame genes also played a role. Once the greetings were over, Shino and Fu left the domed building, followed by Tamaki and Kiba. The Takigakure family would spend their stay in Konoha at the Aburame clan compound. Another portal came to life. From this one emerged a trio of women decked in Amigakure uniforms. Naruto and Hinata moved to greet them, as well as Konan. After Konan's sentence was finally over, she asked the new Amigakure leadership to grant her the job of ambassador so she could continue her work of better relationships between the great and minor villages, something that was granted without much fuss. After the Fourth Ninja War, Amigakure sadly entered in a period of unrest and instability due to Konan not being there to put order. The rest of the villages tried to help, but they didn't dare to interfere too much with their internal affairs, hoping that they could reach a solution on their own. During the first few years, Amigakure went through a multitude of leaders that didn't last very long in the position, most of them retiring. Greeting, Ajisai, Naruto told her. I hope you find your stay in Konoha to your liking. It seems that things finally were starting to get better when Ajisai, a woman Naruto's age who was one of Amigakure's most promising ninjas, was made its new village head. Ajisai was a pretty woman with purple hair that she often wore tied in a messy bun. Her two escorts were also her former teammates, Fu, a girl with black hair styled in a bang so long it covered half of her face, purple eyes, who carried an umbrella strapped to her back, and Swearin, a woman with long, green spiky hair that emerged from beneath her bandana, whose lower half of her face was covered by a dark blue mask, similar to Kakashi. If it's going to be like the other times, I'm sure it will be, the purplet answered. Then, she looked at Konan, and bowed. We're honored to meet you again, Angel-sama. Konan was tired of telling them not to call her that anymore, but they would never listen. So she simply replied with a mere, thank you, me too, and offered to lead them to the hotel rooms she had reserved for them. Once the foursome of Aim Kunoichis were out of sight, another portal activated. From this one emerged Mei Terumi, her husband Zabuza, and a truckload of children, making one hell of a racket as soon as they stepped out of the portal. Keep your mouth shut, you noisy brats. Zabuza bellowed, and the kids instantly grew silent. Unsurprisingly, Mei's clan wasn't happy when her firstborn daughter, Kasumi, was only born with lava release. Her first son and second kid, Satoshi, was born with both lava release and boil release. But just one kid with both bloodline limits wasn't enough for them, and they kept pressuring her to have more children, until finally her sixth and youngest kid, a little girl named Haruka, was also born with both bloodline limits. The clan elders pointed out that one in each 3 children of Mei would manifest both bloodline limits, so if she had 3 more children, at least one of them was bound to have both powers. Mei's response came in the form of a surgery to ligate her fallopian tubes. Naruto and Hinata quickly moved to greet them. So did Haku and Tenten, who were patiently waiting for the Kurigakure leaders to show up. Hey there, Mei, Zabuza. Naruto greeted. It's so great to have you here. Mei smiled at the blonde. The feeling's mutual, Naruto. Hinata, it's a pleasure to see you too. Hinata smiled and made a small bow. So, wasn't Yudakata able to come this time? Naruto asked. Hataru-san is almost due any day now, so I don't blame him for wanting to stay close to her, Mei explained. And before you ask, we got another letter from Yugura and Aiko a couple weeks ago. They just left the land of demons, and they're now planning their next destination. Good to see that they're doing well, Naruto said, nodding in satisfaction. Haku then took the chance to greet his former master and his wife. Mizukage-sama. Zabuza-sama. Welcome to Konoha, Haku greeted them with his usual politeness. I'll never miss a chance to see you again, kid, Zabuza said, patting Haku on the shoulder. Uncle Haku. Mei and Zabuza's oldest, Kasumi, quickly ran to her honorary uncle. It's so great to see you. The feeling's mutual, Kasumi. You look strong. Have you been training? Haku asked. You bet. I told Komori-sensei to increase the pace of my training. While mom and dad are busy with the summit, let's have a spar. I want to show you the new jutsu I've been learning, the young woman excitedly said. I can't wait to see them, Haku said. Perhaps you could also show them to Miyuki, given that she recently became a kunoichi herself. Haku and Tenten lead the Kirigakure family out of the domed building. Normally, Haku offered Mei and Zabuza to stay at his house whenever they came to Konoha. However, the more and more children they had, the less of a viable option it became, and in the end, they had to resort to hotel rooms like other foreign leaders. Once again, another portal glowed up. From this one, a small contingent of Otogakure ninjas emerged, led by a white-haired man that looked almost identical to Naruto's adopted brother Hagane, his clone created by Orochimaru, Hebamaru. While most of the Oto ninjas appeared to be escorts, there was a kunoichi with light green hair styled on two long bangs that framed her face, deep blue eyes, and a somewhat gloomy disposition who had her arms wrapped around his. And once again, Naruto and Hinata went to greet the new party, along with Hebamaru's sister Hibiko, who was accompanied by Dosu, Zaku, and Kin. After Orochimaru's final defeat at the hands of his former teammates, Hibiko and Hebamaru took over the remnants of the fallen Sanin's forces, and they turned them into a legitimate ninja village in the Land of Sound. After a few years, Hibiko was sent to Konoha to act as Otogakure's ambassador. Dosu, Zaku, and Kin started to work under her to make sure the alliance between the two villages remained strong. Hebamaru. It's great to see you. Welcome to Konoha, Naruto greeted the white-haired man. Looking good, Kajiro. Kajiro Fuma, Hebamaru's wife, merely acknowledged the compliment with a nod. Thank you, Hokage. I'm glad to be here, Hebamaru said, before turning towards Hibiko. Hello, sister. I'm happy to see you. As well as you, Dosu, Zaku, Kin. May I ask where is your sensei? Can't you guess? She went to Kiri to visit her boyfriend, Zaku answered with a snort. However, I'm sure she'll return before you'll have to depart to Oto, in the case you want to greet her as well, Dosu told him. Then again, if she's late, she can always come to visit. That's what the portals are for, Hebamaru said with a shrug. By the way, Hokage, how's my son doing? Mitsuki's doing great. He graduated with the rest of his class a few weeks ago, Naruto explained. Can we see him? Kajiro asked. It's been quite some time since the last time we spoke to him. I believe he hasn't left the village, so I can't see why not, Naruto said. Kajiro nodded once again, pleased with the answer. Come. I'll show you where you'll be staying for the duration of the summit, Hibiko said. Hebamaru nodded, and he and his ninjas followed his sister out of the domed building. And then, another portal activated. Naruto beamed upon seeing Gaara, the current Kazekage, accompanied his entourage, emerged from the portal. Of course, Naruto and Hinata wasted no time to greet them. So did Shikamaru and Temari, though Temari had to wake up her husband first, who had fell asleep slouching against a wall while they waited. Gaara. Naruto excitedly said, as he greeted his old friend and formerly fellow Jinchuriki with a warm hug. Heh, I was worrying you weren't going to come. I may be a little tardy, but you know I'd never miss such an important event. Besides, I always appreciate a chance to visit Konoha, and its wonderful people, Gaara said. Not to mention the hot springs, one of Gaara's escorts, Yukata, happily chimed in. Yukata, Matsuri groaned. It's okay. I'm sure there will be time for all of us to enjoy the hot springs once the summit is over, Hinata said. Aside from his wife Matsuri, oldest adopted son Shinki and biological twin daughters Asashur and Kairi, who looked like small versions of Matsuri with red hair instead of their mother's brown, they had also brought Matsuri's old teammates Mikashi and Yukata, as well as his brother Kenkuro and his wife Sari. Sari was a friend of Matsuri that she introduced to Kenkuro while playing matchmaker. Much to her joy, the two of them hit it off and got married after a couple years of engagement. "Hey there, little brothers," Tamari greeted Gaara and Kenkuro. "Ready to spend some time with your beloved big sister you don't get to see anymore?" "No, but it's not like we're getting a say in that," Kenkuro replied, making Tamari fume. Shikamaru let out a sympathetic sigh. Man, he's going to pay for that comment so badly. After a few more exchanges of greetings, the Suna group followed Tamari and Shikamaru to the Nara clan compound, where they would stay, while Naruto and Hinata stayed there to greet the leaders of the remaining villages that hadn't arrived yet. Hokage Tower. Afternoon. Naruto walked at a hastened pace as he headed towards the council room, where the ninja summit was going to be held. He had tried to get some work done before it began, and didn't realize how much time he had spent swamped by the cursed paperwork. He tried to remind himself that it wasn't that late. "So, you finally show up." Slouched beside the double doors to the council room was Naruto's adoptive father and previous Hokage, Jiraiya. Despite a decade and a half had passed since the ending of the war, the Toad Sage didn't look a year older than he did back then, almost as if the Sannin was frozen in time. The reason, though, is that Tsunade was worried that if Jiraiya continued to age while she kept her true age hidden, the fact that she masked her age would be even more noticeable, so she pretty much forced him to use the same variation of the transformation jutsu she used to maintain her looks. Jiraiya wasn't a vain man, but he decided to humor his wife. "You know, all of them are already there, and they're wondering when do you plan to show up," Jiraiya said. Naruto cringed a little, and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. "Oh boy, I didn't realize it was this late." Naruto walked in front of the door, but didn't open it. He just took a deep breath, and stared at the door without making an attempt to open it. "Nervous, kid?" Jiraiya asked. "This is going to be your first ninja summit as Hokage, so it's natural if you are." "I know." "Doesn't make it any better," the blonde replied. "Do you want me to go with you?" Jiraiya offered. Naruto shook his head. "I'm the Hokage now. I have to do this on my own. Anyway, let's go." Naruto entered the council room, greeted the foreign leaders, apologized for being late, and officially began the meeting. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Jiraiya left the place via Flying Thunder God. Hokage Tower. Rooftop. Jiraiya appeared at the top of the Hokage Tower, where there was already somebody there. His wife, Tsunade, leaning against the railing, watching the village that sprawled in front of her. The place that has been their home for such a long time. Wordlessly, Jiraiya walked towards her, and leaned on the railway as well. "So, how did it go?" Tsunade asked. "I think he has this under control," Jiraiya asked. "I wanted to help him, but he wanted to fly alone. He doesn't need us anymore, huh?" "Good for him," Tsunade softly said. The two of them fell into a comfortable silence, as they admired the village beneath them. Most of the old buildings were now obscured by shiny, silver-white, tall skyscrapers. Asphalt roads covered what used to be pure dirt pathways. Airships slowly flew above the village below. Tsunade let out a sigh. "I just don't get used to how much the village changed," Tsunade began. "Remember the sorry state the village was when we arrived after the Nine Tails attacked? It's hard to believe that this is the very same village as before." "The village? Heh, if that was the hard part," Jiraiya snorted. "I still need to remind myself that Naruto is a married man with children, and not that hyperactive brat we raised and trained." Tsunade turned around, and looked at the Hokage monument, Naruto's face carved beside Jiraiya's. "Me too. It still feels weird to see his face on that mountain. And the same thing goes for Kaida and Hagain." I never pictured them as having their own genin team, Jiraiya added. Yes. Everything changes and moves forward. And look at us. Looking the same way we did so many years ago, Tsunade said, with a chuckle. Everything changes except us. The old fossils of a bygone age. Perhaps on the outside. But on the inside, I think we did change as well, Jiraiya said, placing an arm around her shoulders. Remember when we first arrived? Neither of us were in a very good place. Until we got our heads out of the gutter and started to work to make things better. For us and for everybody. He then waved his other arm at the village. And this is the result, Jiraiya said, smiling at Tsunade. Still, I don't feel like this is our village anymore, Tsunade said with some sad nostalgia. Because it's not. Now this is the village of Naruto and the younger generation. Which, just like we did before, they will nurture and protect it before passing it down to their own children, Jiraiya explained. And where does that leave us? Tsunade asked. Jiraiya's smile was a savage one now. That's the best part. We now get to enjoy the fruits of a job well done in our retirement. We play with our grandkids during the day, get wasted on the afternoon, and have plenty of bedroom fun at night. This drew a laugh from Tsunade, who grabbed Jiraiya's hand on her shoulder, while she rested her head on his own. Jiraiya laughed as well. So, what we've been doing since the war ended? Well, it sounds like a good retirement plan. Say, how about if we drop by Naruto and Hinata's house and take their kids for a ride? I feel like spoiling them a little. You know, Hinata forbade us from taking the kids to casinos again, Jiraiya reminded her. Hey, there are plenty of ways to spoil kids. Plus, we need to do something with all the money we have, and I think it will be better spent on them than in slot machines, Tsunade replied. Guess I can't argue with that. Jiraiya made a hand seal, and their bodies flickered for a second before they vanished from there.
Series ends here.
Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and share. Want early audio-only versions? Join me on Patreon, link in description. I'm Fox Sage. See you next time.